and it says I'm live. Hi everybody, it's Greg. Just wanted to give you an update because in the last week I was kind of hurting, but I feel better. My tongue's swelling is going down. I'm hungry, which is different because I could go 2-3 days without eating, no problem. But I got my appetite back. It has to be a good sign. Just gotta stay away from sugar because it feeds the beast. And sugar is my weakness, right? Of course it is. But I hope I'm speaking a little better. You can tell that I still got some of it, but I have my microphone on to record everything that you said. You ever do that and you get this really huge, you just send it, heck with it. But let me go and look at you, see if there's anyone here. Do we got anyone in the house? Okay, we got 8 people, that's cool. Donnie Wages, Frank. I hardly ever get to speak to you guys. So for once, I just wanted to start out by talking to you a little bit. If there's enough of you. Maybe we can do this more often. Because I really love you guys. You don't get enough credit. You make this channel. You keep me coming back. Hello, Matt. Good to meet you. I gotta give you the customary name call.
Matt Carlton.
There you are. All right, folks. Well, I just wanted to say that because Jess had inquired as to my health. I'm okay. Look up. Hey, Jasper, what's up, buddy? Brett, how you doing? I looked up that Mel Gibson was on Joe Rogan, and he said that he beat stage 4 cancer with fenbendazole and ivermectin. So I'm on, and I'm doing food grade hydrogen peroxide too. Drinking that shit. It's like, man, something that's indescribable. Well, I guess I would just think about drinking bleach. It's about like that. You have to kind of get a taste for it. But I'm throwing everything I can at it. I'm throwing vitamin D at it. I'm throwing ashwagandha. I'm throwing ginger. I mean, I've got probably 35 supplements. It's a little bit extreme. I have to take like 2 of each every day. It's kind of crazy, actually. But you know what? The swelling in my tongue is down. Tumor's still there. And sometimes I want to jump out of my skin. There's no escape, but it's just there. I have to deal with it. You know, but I'm just glad my tongue is getting better because I think I'm on the road to recovery. I think I'm beating this shit. I've been fighting it for 2 years. But yeah, you guys stay right with me. If it wasn't for your interest, I would have quit because when I got diagnosed, all the wind just went right out of my sails. It was tough. But I had to gather myself, and I had to make a decision. And it's a life or death decision. Am I going to let the doctors do to me what they want to? Which I witnessed with my sister and mother. In both cases, it made them die quicker. You could probably live with the disease and live longer than with chemo and radiation. Not only that, but it's the post-treatment. Okay, they told me, they just kind of blew by little things when they told me, what to expect for I was going for my first treatment. And they said, well, there might be a feeding tube, and there might be, we're going to have to use a Metaport. And I went, whoa, step on the brakes. A feeding tube? Are you kidding me? She said, no, well, we're going to be assaulting your throat, and you probably won't be able to swallow. You'll probably be in so much pain that you'll have to take extreme painkillers. And the feeding tube, a friend of mine, Ron, happened to have it done. He's got like a bolt hole in his stomach, but they just stick a tube in there and then pour milk and shit in, so you don't wither and die. That stuff just it's not me. I couldn't go through with it. I don't see what's the point of destroying my immune system so that I now have to count on the doctors for everything. He goes to the doctor 3 times a week. They're always taking his blood and giving him another x-ray, and that's the kind of shit that kills people. Cancer is a parasite or whatever it is, but I've been fighting it for 2 years. And yeah, I got a little bit of a swollen tongue, but I'm okay. I really feel like I'm okay. I'm staying up, and that's making me more interested in coming back, because I really just fell from the sky. I was working for 7 straight years, 15 hour days on just making videos. I'd come out with a video a week at least for 6 years. After a while, especially after I got diagnosed, I was like, I just don't know if I got it in me to do that anymore, because it was tough. I loved it. It was a passion, a labor of passion, but I got burned out, So I really appreciate you all for sticking with me, because, I know I get a little redundant sometimes. And once I get my juices back, I'll be back. I'm not going anywhere, because I love you guys. That's all I wanted to say. I don't want to get too mushy. That's okay. On with the show. It was good to talk to you. I hope that I didn't come out like some screaming, raving maniac. I have some bad luck sometimes, as you know. All right. Talk to you later. Hope you enjoy the show. We're going to see about 45 more minutes of Eric Dollard. He is interesting to listen to for me. And then we're going to get on to some other stuff. Yeah, I think you're going to like tonight's show. So stick with me. Take care. I'll see you a little later.
So eventually he was grabbed by the ears and flung off the train, and it damaged Edison's hearing from that point on in his whole life, which further endeared him to the telegraph, because that was something that he could hear easier than voices or any of those type of things. And a lot of his work was in the area of sound development. He developed the microphone that's used in the telephone today. He developed the phonograph and those sound devices. But Edison decided at an early age, let's see, I got a picture of him there. Where's the main? Let's get pictures of these people. The pictures of Edison and the ones you don't see. You always see these people when they're old and bitter, after they've been screwed from all directions, and they're hissing at the camera. But here's Edison when he invented the light bulb. Whole different guy. So Edison decided that the gas light thing was just too much. The soot, the explosion hazards, all the complications. He was going to figure out a way around it. So it just happened to be at the time that people experimenting with these voltaic batteries had managed to get flames big enough that they were able to produce light. So this gave Edison the inspiration of producing an electric light. And at about the same time, it was found that if you made the voltaic flame with carbon, it would produce a bright light. And so the street lights were already, gas street lights were already doomed, but the arc light was useless for the home because it was high voltage and it still burned and hissed and carried on just like the gas flame did. So Edison came across another experiment in Europe where people were using platinum wires heated to orange heat inside vacuum bulbs. And they were starting to get an electric light, but if you got it to any usable light, it just kept melting. So Edison and his crew experimented and experimented and experimented and experimented with everything they could find on the face of the earth. They tried every metal, every combination, everything, and it was always the same deal. Once you got that thing up to white light, if it lasted for 5 minutes, you were lucky, and it went dead. So Edison, ready to give up, just about sick and dead from the whole ordeal, somehow got a hold of a bamboo fan and was looking at the fibers and playing with them, and got the idea that if he cooked one of those fibers to the point where it turned to carbon, and the fibers were so strong that it still sprang like metal, that the carbon, which naturally wants to go white hot, would just make a natural inside filament for the light bulb. And sure enough, it worked. Gas companies didn't like that. Okay, so needless to say, the gas companies were not his friend. So Edison, trying to get the city of New York to adopt electric lighting system, of course, immediately comes up against the gas companies. And they have every trick in the book to try to put him out. So what the gas companies do is, okay, New York wants electric lighting system. What the gas companies did is they petitioned the city to force Edison to put all the electrical underground, which absolutely no technology existed for it, because the only electrical technology was the telegraph wire. In an Edison situation, instead of being a little 8-gauge iron wire, it had to be a 2-gauge piece of copper cable. So how was he going to make all this go underground? So Edison didn't give up. So what he did is he took pieces of copper pipe and soldered them all together, wrapped them in rope, poured tar into cast iron pipes like sewer pipes, into what are called Edison tubes. They actually used to be, when they dug up downtown San Francisco to build the financial district, all the old Edison tubes came up out of the ground. And that's what they were. They were iron pipes filled with tar with a copper pipe in the middle. So Tesla set up this network of electrical plumbing under all the streets of New York City. Okay, got enough subscribers for the lights, put the whole thing in, built the steam-powered generating plant. None of this had ever been done before. He was completely on his own. The guy did not know a bit of any of the physics at the time. There was no volt, there was no amp, there was no ohm, there was no Henry, there was no farad, there was none of these things. That's what these people were up against. You couldn't open up the electrical engineer handbook and get your resistance tables off the wire. I mean, these guys had to make it out of zero, nothing. So at any rate, they got the thing all together. It was the first power station in New York City. It was called the Pearl Street Station. Okay, and they closed the switch and they tried to hook all the generators in parallel, and it blasted. So they got it going in about several hours. They got the whole thing lit, and then hence that point, history. So now the next thing is not only the light bulbs, but now they had the idea of these telegraph relays. Now they got these things spinning in the form of motors. Edison started developing giant telegraph magnets into motors. The famous Edison motor is 2 very long solenoidal coils that stand almost 8 feet high, and then there's a rotor down in the bottom. You have these large electromagnetics, and what Edison had done was basically just amp up the telegraph magnet, because that's all there was to work with at the time. So this is where Nikola Tesla comes in. So Nikola Tesla comes to the United States. Okay, he's almost turned back because he doesn't have any money. But he has one thing that gets him in. He has a letter of recommendation from the Edison Electric Company in France, if I remember right, either France or Hungary. And Edison lets the guy in. So Tesla goes off on his rotating magnetic field discoveries and all of these things, and Edison just looks at him and, is not interested in any of this stuff. What Edison wants is Tesla to work on motors. So Tesla, because he's already starting to gain a conceptual knowledge of how this rotating electrical thing's supposed to work, points out to Edison that these big telegraph coils are foolish, that the coils are supposed to be wrapped inside the motor. And Edison said, if you can develop that, I will give you $25,000. So needless to say, Tesla went right to work on it. And in a short time, he had developed the present-day direct current motor, which is basically a square block instead of a tall column. and later became rounded off. So it turned out to be a great success, and Tesla didn't get a dime of his money. So Tesla left and was digging ditches on the street until some Western Union people came by and wanted to know if he would work with them on some of their projects, and he worked his way up, and he worked his way up. And Tesla decided what he was going to develop, he was going to come up with a motor that didn't need all the sparking and rigging and all the real fine wire on the coils and all.
Can one of you in the chat let me know how the sound is? Last week it was a little boxy because I had it EQ'd wrong. So if it needs more bass or more treble or it's just right, let me know, please, in the chat. It would be great.
All these complications, he was going to eliminate that up and come up with the perfect magnetic whirlwind, where the rotor would spin in the ether with no contact on it whatsoever by setting up a magnetic vortex. But there was no way to conceive such a thing at the time, because basically everything in electricity was a positive, negative reality, so you couldn't make anything spin, because it could either just go back or forth. And they fought, and they fought, and they fought, and there's no way. You had to have the commutator as the carrot in front of the horse to trick the field. What a commutator does in the motor is the windings come around, there's a switch. And what it does, because the windings only can turn so far before being wanting to be pushed back in the field again or get stuck, the commutator switches in the next set of coils as the rotor turns around. So it creates this kind of phantom thing where the coils are always trying to go towards something, but then they get disconnected in the previous batch. So it's like a lineup around the thing and fools the motor into spinning. But this thing throws off all this dust and sparks, and it's problematic in maintenance, and the motors are horribly inefficient because they have to have these big magnet coils with lots of current flowing through them. So Tesla fought the problem in his head, and everybody told him it was impossible, and he was an idiot for even trying. Think about it. So Tesla was reciting some poetry one day, and then watching the sun go down, and then had this idea, because of the poem he was reciting was talking in such a fashion that if the sun's going down here, it's got to be coming up somewhere else, and got the idea of the quadrupolar polarity, where you have two plus and minuses at right angles to each other, and you switch them. So what Tesla developed was a way to make alternating current carry around, just like the phases of the moon. And drew the whole thing out in sand. Thing appeared in a flash in his mind, and everything was invented at that point. Because Tesla could go into visions so intense that Tesla was renowned for building motors in his head and running them for months to see the rate of bearing wear. So you're not a normal individual. So we can only imagine what went on in his head. So Tesla worked with this and got it developed, but gee, nobody seemed to want it. And Edison got really upset about the whole thing. So Tesla's about ready to give up on it. He meets a guy by the name of George Westinghouse. George Westinghouse made parts for railroad trains, mostly the brake system, the Westinghouse Brake Company. Okay, now some of those brakes are magnetic. So he was already geared up for coils and solenoids and things to actuate the brake mechanisms. So Westinghouse decided he had enough money, he was going to support Tesla, and they were going to make this thing and make it work. Well, Edison didn't like this at all, so Edison turned into the gas companies. The very thing that screwed Edison. Edison repeated the whole process and delivered it all to Tesla. So what Edison did is Edison started getting reject circus animals, hiring kids to gather up dogs and cats off the street, and he would have them Westinghoused on stage, which was about 2,000 or 3,000 volts of alternating current, about several amperes. So he had to have a big machine somewhere to produce this, but that never really showed up in any of the old pictures. But what did show up in pictures was elephants just crumbling to the ground with smoke shooting out of them. So we're talking about 50, 75 kilowatts to do that. Ouch. The electric chair is 5 kilowatts. So You cook up a big slab of meat in the oven, you usually got to have about a 5 kilowatt cooker going for a couple hours. So that gives you an idea how much juice it is they put through the body. So Edison invented the electric chair using alternating current in order to put Tesla out of business, and then started spreading these stories of the fantastic dangers of alternating current. So Tesla was getting rocks through the window and the whole deal, and he's trying to push all this forward. But Tesla really pulled a good one on him. Okay? At this point, Tesla had already invented all that motor stuff, and he was on to something even bigger, even more fantastic. So he wasn't really worried about a lot of things other than just getting his money. So here's what Tesla discovered. Tesla discovered a completely new type of electricity, unlike DC or AC. Another type of electricity. It's called impulse electricity.
You need to stop for just.
This impulse electricity behaved in a fashion that was completely extraordinary. It was getting back into the ether electrical concepts, because what it would produce would be so bizarre that it almost looked like the aurora borealis appearing around his coils. So what Tesla found is this type of electricity, rather than being damaging to the body actually seems to benefit from it. So Tesla was destined to give a demonstration of his more recent researches. He was already famous for his motor. Okay, and Steinmetz was already put in business in order to mathematically analyze the Tesla system so that General Electric could defeat Westinghouse in the Tesla patents. So that's how Steinmetz got basically started in the thing, and Tesla built all this stuff in his head, and he left no engineering math. He didn't need any of that. So there's no way that other people could duplicate his devices, because there was no engineering. You didn't know how much iron to use. You didn't know how much copper to use. People would try to use these motors, and for some mysterious reason, they would just keep burning up. And it was Steinmetz was the one that discovered why. And that made him famous and put him in his lifelong position as the founder and director of General Electric Research Laboratories. So Tesla devised his vacuum tubes and his transformers and all the things that technology that he developed with this impulse electricity, and gave a presentation in Europe. And it was so fantastic that Tesla was immediately a worldwide hit, not only as an electrical scientist, but as a magician. What Tesla had accomplished, which nobody's been able to duplicate to this day, is he connected himself to these devices that he packed over there, closed the switch, and how many people know what a neon bulb is? You know that the funny glow that covers the metal electrode is like a fire, but it's not really a fire, and it kind of looks like a jelly, but it's not really a jelly, but it's the plasma, the glowing plasma in the neon bulb. Tesla's whole body lit up like a neon tube cathode, on stage, without a burn or a mark on his clothes. And then he pronounced, "Here are the dangers of alternating current," and laughed. So that ended the whole DC-AC controversy right then and there. Plus, J.P. Morgan needed to make money off of it. So nothing could stop it at that point. So it went. And Tesla kept pursuing this technology. So what Tesla found is Tesla came up with a situation that kind of defeated the whole. Close the switch, and how many people know what a neon bulb is? You know that the funny glow that covers the metal electrode is like a fire, but it's not really a fire, and it kind of looks like a jelly, but it's not really a jelly, but it's the plasma, the glowing plasma in the neon bulb. Tesla's whole body lit up like a neon tube cathode, on stage, without a burn or a mark on his clothes. And then he pronounced, "Here are the dangers of alternating current," and laughed. So that ended the whole DC-AC controversy right then and there. Plus, J.P. Morgan needed to make money off of it. So nothing could stop it at that point. So it went. And Tesla kept pursuing this technology. So what Tesla found is Tesla came up with a situation that kind of defeated the whole physics end of the electrical engineering world, and that's basically why there's no knowledge or information on it because it's just completely blocked off. These things are impossible. They can't happen. But, you build Tesla's devices as he prescribes in his writings, and you will get all of these effects. I've duplicated just about every Tesla experiment. In fact, actually, I'm very famous for being probably the only person that has ever duplicated Teslas in experiments. And it's not because I'm smart or that I talk to space aliens. What it is I don't make any improvements on the historic study. It's that simple. I just do exactly as instructed, and it all works exactly as described. So Tesla had come up with a way, with this high-frequency experimenting and the mechanical analogs that he developed to go along with it, to defeat the action-reaction law, or the Newtonian law, where every force has a counterforce. Tesla came up with a way to produce a push without having to lean against anything. He did it both electrically and mechanically. So what Tesla found is that similar devices that operated on the same frequencies or rates would communicate energy between each other. So what Tesla did was basically, at that time, discover radio. But the thing about Tesla's radio that's different is there's no real energy loss between the two devices. In other words, you can transmit from one device to the other, and there's not, it's like there's nothing going on in between. It goes right to the receiving device. The electrical meter doesn't start spinning at the transmitting station until the space heater is plugged in at the receiving station, and there doesn't seem to be anything measurable going on in between. And Tesla's aim was to produce a worldwide power system that was based on this principle, and the power system would be tuned to the natural resonant frequency of the Earth, and you could just simply disconnect all the generating stations, because the solar system would run the electrical plant. It would be one with the electrical system of the Earth. So what Tesla had to do is he had to do an experiment in Colorado to prove if he could resonate the Earth and make it take off. And it's too bad in that day and age there weren't videotape cameras, so somebody could have got documentation of what this guy must have unleashed. So what Tesla did is he had figured out the frequency of the Earth, or the harmonic that he could use, which he started working at about 80 kilocycles, and eventually he worked his way down pretty close to 50 before the thing was all tuned up. It was a transformer that had a coil 50 feet in diameter. The output terminal of the thing was on 100 and something foot, at least 100 and something foot mast. And the idea was Tesla was going to send an electrical pulse into the Earth. It would bounce off the inside of the Earth and come back at a certain time with a certain increase or decrease in energy level. And he was going to continue this process, in microsecond groups as these 50 kilocycle waves are echoing in the planet, until what he would produce, it would be a giant electrical fountain of the Earth's activity at that point in Colorado, which is kind of a place where it was safe to blast because nobody would get hurt. The elevation was good, and this is the place he chose to do it. So when Tesla closed the switch, after all the experiments and tests, he produced for a period of about maybe 1 minute a standing lightning bolt at the terminal of his giant transformer in the building that contained it. Not just one pop, almost standing lightning bolt, modulated at about 5,000 cycles a second from his capacitor discharge switch. So the sound must have been something that was unfathomable to describe. Tesla succeeded in concentrating the entire electrical activity of the Earth into his station in Colorado. So he packed up his bags and moved back to New York, and in Long Island began to build the final station where this was not an experiment. It was something that worked. So he could start applying it to electrical transmission. Well, yeah.
Can I just change the tape?
Okay.
Sorry.
Just out of curiosity, are you going to comment on the spatial tether experiment? In more recent times, it's a kind of reflection on this idea.
Which experiments now?
The tether experiment, where they towed a line behind the spatial and collected this enormous amount of current.
No, basically, this whole discussion ends with the death of Steinmetz.
Okay, but I just thought it was like an interesting anecdote.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's some other, but later on, I mean, if anybody's got anything to add with any newer experiments but right now I'm taking everybody back to the 1800s. We don't even know what the space shuttle is. The whole idea is to recreate the mind of the people that invented all of this. Is what I'm trying to do, and then each person can fit it into their own analogous business or understanding or whatever. So, but I've still got time. Things can go in any direction. So, right now I just want to introduce the characters. Okay, so are we back on?
Yeah.
Okay, so Tesla basically, this was about 1903. Around then, Tesla was promptly put out of business. And
now that's hard to do. Get distracted and just get right back on point.
as far as overall history goes, he spent the rest of his time as a homeless person, feeding pigeons on the street. And all the rich people that he made rich and all that, basically just always made sure he had a place to take a shower or a hotel room. And so the world's greatest electrical genius spent nearly the entirety of his adult life feeding pigeons on the street in New York City and hanging out in the library. So that's the end of Tesla. But we still got Steinmetz. Okay, now Steinmetz has taken the heaviside mathematics and developed it into an extremely powerful analytical tool and engineering tool for electrical work, and is doing things in the laboratory that are basically beyond conception. Steinmetz even has a reputation for building a time camera. So Steinmetz wrote a book in 1900 called The Theory and Calculation of Alternating Current Phenomenon that immediately made him world famous. Steinmetz found out why the AC
He's wrong in the aftermath. Excuse me. In the aftermath of Tesla, because when they went on some recent show about Tesla, they went to the New Yorker hotel, and in the basement were still giant transformers. So he was doing covert work for the government, is basically what it is.
AC motors were burning up and heating up, and developed what's called the law of hysteresis. The law of hysteresis is a situation where cause and effect no longer have a direct relationship. They're separated from each other. And through a hysteresis cycle, energy can appear or disappear into alternate forms. And basically, the internal combustion engine in the car works on a hysteresis cycle. The refrigerator in your house works on a hysteresis cycle, in that the cause and effect relationships are altered so that energy is transformed from one system or one state to another. Now, diverge a little bit off of Steinmetz, but I want to get this concept in people's minds, is everybody has the usual sing-song parrot idea that inside the cylinders of the engine in the car there are explosions. Okay, and these explosions create these pressure waves that push the pistons, and then when the pressure waves are all gone, then there's no more juice left and you have to get the crud out. And there's this heavy change of pressure and temperature, which basically an explosion defines. In other words, at one point the pressure's high, at another point the pressure's low in time. First it's hot, and then it's cooled off. Well, when you start to study reciprocating apparatus, you start to find that during the whole combustion cycle, there is absolutely no change in pressure in the cylinder. Zero. So something got stuck. This is how the law of hysteresis works. What Steinmetz found is that when you have current applied to electrical system to force magnetism into existence, the rate at which the magnetism develops is not the same rate at which the magnetism dissipates. And the force and the forced deal don't tie together anymore, and they don't happen at the same time. And what this does is it causes a massive loss of energy. So Steinmetz had to figure out a way to work with only magnetic materials that didn't have the hysteresis effect, and to laminate the iron instead of using blocks, so the magnetism wouldn't be shoved into the metal but rather be guided by it. And then lo and behold, the AC motor was entirely engineerable and possible without Tesla and without Westinghouse. And alternating current flourished at that point. Now this book he wrote it's almost like some kind of acid trip. What it is you read, I went through all the books to try to find the equations and ideas I needed for my studies at RCA, what I'd come across, and no books worked. There wasn't any book that could give me an idea of where I was going. I read Maxwell, I read Faraday, I read all the standard college texts on electromagnetism. All of it turned out to be absolutely useless or just too much work to get anywhere. Well, Steinmetz figured out a way to turn all this just into little high school algebra equations, completely wiped out all the calculus, all the other complicated stuff, by what he called symbolic algebra, which is an extremely important thing to get into. It allows for a way of conceiving things that are not within our normal dimensional realities. This book was such an impact on the electrical engineering community that a guy by the name of Ernst Alexanderson, let me find him, because he's basically the reason for the talk. Where's Alexanderson? It's back further. Oh, I got a great picture of Steinmetz. Got to see him too. Okay, that's when he's an old man. Wait. Okay, all we can do is add with our fingers. Every other mathematical concept has to be derived. As primitive organisms in this world of mathematics, we count, okay, which is a process called addition, okay, which is symbolized by the plus. Okay, so if I have one item and plus another item, I count 1, 2. So 1 plus 1 equals 2. This is something that's innate in our kind of just, animal reality. Now, where Steinmetz comes in is how we work our way out of these type of situations. So the thing is what Steinmetz decided is being that we can only add, because we're primitive creatures, if we want to subtract, we have to use what's called an operator to evoke subtraction. So what Steinmetz did is you take a minus 1 and you multiply that by 1. And if you add that to 1, then you have subtraction, or 0. And he called this an operator. So now not only being that 1 has no real existence in the quantitative end of it, we can just say now we have the concept of minus. So he's introduced now the mathematical concepts of plus and minus. Okay, and the way we derive these type of equations is we take 1, okay, and we take what's called the square root of it. Okay, or we take 1 to the 1/2 power. And this gives us plus 1, as most mathematicians would know right off, and minus 1, because the square has to have 2 roots. So what Steinmetz decided, let's just keep carrying this on so that we can get Tesla's 4-pole electricity into equations. So Steinmetz decided, let's go fourth root of positive 1, which has to have 4 roots. So you end up with 4 roots. You end up with 2 that are the square root of 1, which is plus 1 and minus 1. And you have 2 roots which are the square root of negative 1, which is plus j and minus j. So now we have 4 polarities rather than 2. We've scaled it up. This is what Tesla visualized in his visions in his mind, but Steinmetz turned it into a very simple algebra. There's no sines, there's no cosines, there's no trigonometric functions to deal with or any of that. It's a very simple algebraic situation. Now, what Tesla did when he moved from the alternating current to the impulse current, okay, I'm going to have to define these things now.
You know what I've always found ironic? Is that Tesla discovered AC. But we have to pay, which he beat out Edison in his DC. But for some reason, we don't pay our Tesla bill. We pay the Edison bill with AC. How'd that happen?
It's sure a lot of work. Okay, in the telegraph days, we have what was called continuous current from batteries. In other words, as time moves forward, if we have a device which basically measures the current, it's always the same. It's always constant. Okay, and the chemicals as well as the ether move in the direction of the current and gives us the false illusion that the wire is carrying the current and not the ether in the space between. If we take an electrical condition, let's see how I'm going to go about this now. Okay, well, I'm going to stay with this. Now, if we take this current, okay, what Tesla worked with was alternating current. So now with alternating current, what it is in a constant, where this current is constant, alternating current is in a constant state of change. So that can't really be represented by a line anymore, but now it's represented by a circle. Okay, which continuously moves. Okay, and if we take projections of this circle, we find that there's one piece of the wave, one plus minus type of situation, that produces a kind of sideways spiral, which is known as a sine wave. Okay, but the thing is we're dealing with a circle. So what it is we got this other wave, okay, and it's moving in a contrary conjugate type of situation, so at every time the current's not zero, but there's another one to back it up, and they just keep going around the cycle, and that's what makes the motor turn. We start off with +1, and then 90 degrees later plus J appears, and then 180 degrees later -1 appears, and then 270 degrees later minus J appears, and then 360 we're back to 1, so that the piece of iron inside the motor doesn't have to be connected to anything, because now it's just simply following the magnetism around. It becomes the perfect electric motor. Now, what Steinmetz shows is if we take this direct current, okay, and we open the switch. Okay, the big problem in electrical engineering in the beginning is when you open the switch, when they built the big substations and the transformers and all that, you can't turn the electricity off. It'll blast. So now Steinmetz had a new job. Why was everything exploding? First he stopped it from cooking. Now it's exploding. When they got the power level high enough, well, it turns out to be that the magnetism and the dielectric fields have stored energy. And if it has nowhere to go, it will blast a hole to get there. So what it is when you turn off the electricity, if it's pretty much in a direct current circuit and it's not much to store electric fields like coils or condensers or just light bulbs, what it is the current has to change at some rate. It has to move. It has to go into another direction. So what you get is you get what are called transient currents or impulse currents. You get these little jolts and changes as things are trying to readjust. So if I have a current, okay, and then all of a sudden I switch that current, then I get like a spike. Okay, and that sudden rate of change is like an electrical impulse. It's not an oscillation or a cycle. It's not continuous. It's a quick change from one step to the other, and the whole electrical system has to readjust to this. So usually what happens, being that there's so much stored energy, that it starts in an oscillation, where the energy has to go between the various forms and bounce back and forth to try to get out, and it produces what's called an oscillating current, where the sine waves now are compounded with this other dampening wave, and it produces oscillating currents. Now these these type of currents no longer have frequencies in the conventional sense. This has no frequency, DC. This has a constant frequency, an RPM, which we call cycles per second. But this has a different type of frequency in that you find that these curves, just like these curves always move in a sinusoidal form, these curves always move in an exponential form. And it turns out to be the same exponents that are associated with things cooling off or leaking or any type of dissipative type of phenomena. It never occurs at a constant rate, but it occurs like gravity on a rate upon a rate. And it also is a frequency of types, but it would be called an imaginary frequency. And instead of being in cycles per second, it's what's called in decibels per second. Now, the generalized electric transient will be some combination of those and will produce this complex frequency. So these things were all running up and down the transmission lines and getting in the transformer coils and motor coils and starting fires, and sparks would just jump off of the lines and hit people for no apparent reason and blast them out of existence. It was a real problem. So Steinmetz wrote his second book, The Theory and Calculation of Transient Electrical Phenomena. And out of this book emerged this understanding of electricity that is so far in advance of anything today that it's just mind-boggling what this guy had discovered. And this, again, is what Alex Anderson had to work with in the development of his radio. Now, what Tesla did is in using these impulse currents and oscillating currents in his engineering, Tesla came up with another type of polarity situation where there's only one pole. That's it. In other words, it's not even the square root of 1 anymore. It's the 1 root of 1, which is just 1. There is no plus and minus. Tesla came up with an electrical device where he could connect it to something like the Earth, and it would create electrical movement in the Earth, but it wouldn't have anything else to connect to. It was a one pole. It was just simply a plus. There was no negative. There was no return circuit, because the situation is like I explained, if you're going to transmit electricity or receive electricity out of the ground, you put in 2 ground rods in the Earth, okay, and you connect these to a battery. The telegraphers tried it, and that's the first thing they found out is most electricity just goes between the ground rods. Now, if I make that alternating current, well, it's just going to be the same thing. I can make a quadrupolar alternating current, then you got 4 ground rods. All it's going to do is spin around inside. So the problem is how are you going to do something where you can transmit into the Earth and not deal with the circulatory effect? So this is where Tesla's researches and writings and work are most important, is how did he accomplish this? And the implication out of this is the existence of another space called counter space. Shortly after these things started being developed, a guy by the name of Rudolf Steiner started to come up with a way that the mathematics, him and his followers, would get into this what he called a counter-spatial situation. In other words, now there's not just one space, but there's 2 spaces. And it's very similar to this addition and subtraction situation. Now, the thing that makes electricity so interesting and worth studying is the fact that electricity, in always being a 4-pole situation, exists in never any less than 2 dimensions at one time. There is no electricity unless you have magnetism and you have dielectricity. Otherwise, it's just magnetism and dielectricity. Until the 2 are united in some type of geometric configuration, you do not have electricity. So what Tesla had done was, with electricity now, mathematically, electricity gives us a situation where we have to have +1. In other words, we have to have 1 multiplied by +1, where we have -1 multiplied by +1. So it gives us our positives and negatives. But now in another situation, we got this counter space situation. Now we have to figure out how to express that. Well, now we got 1 to the +1 power, and we have its conjugate +1 to the -1 power. So now we have taken a step from addition and subtraction to now we have multiplication and division, which is a more compounded, abstract type of process. And it's always in a logarithmic form. It's not in a linear form. It's not additive. It's compounding. cumulative in a certain sense. It's a situation like 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. It's that type of situation. So what electricity implies, if this is our spatial, because multiplying is usually your spatial deal, where addition subtraction is your time deal, is an electricity, unlike in physical situations or physics situations or anything where you're dealing with regular matter, is now you have electricity that goes forwards in time and you have electricity that goes backwards in time. You have electricity that exists in space and you have electricity that exists in counter space. So any electrical situation has to have these poles or polarities in order to be electricity. Otherwise, it's just one end or the other. Now, to get a little more into the erasure process here, get into kind of how this electricity behaves. So I'm trying to make, a step at a time, I'm trying to make it less abstract. Yeah. This is a good time for questions. I can hear, yeah.
Well, I always think in terms of nonlinear space-time. So how does because I find this really intriguing. So if one assumes that space-time continuum is nonlinear, evidence kind of shows us a little bit, then would that also affect the behavior of this bidirectional electrical activity that goes forwards and backwards in space and counter space? I mean, how do you see that model fitting into it?
Well, that's what I'm going to get into, how that actually manifests physically using pieces of metal.
Because this kind of suggests that the Philadelphia experiment, not to harp on too much, probably was sort of maybe in a clumsy way, but kind of nibbling at the edge of this concept. That's kind of
the Philadelphia experiment, being that naval engineering is kind of part of my work. If somebody pointed a gun at my head and said, "You're going to do this, or we're going to pull the trigger," you figure it out. Okay. The first thing I would do is I would get my hands on the anti-mine cables that run around inside the ships. I had a Navy minesweeper to take apart once. Actually, we were supposed to put the thing together, but as usual, human geekdom destroys all projects. So a beautiful piece of naval engineering went to the scrapyard. But this thing was filled with cables, that the purpose of the cables was to make the ship magnetically invisible. Okay?
Yes. But I'm just saying that since very recent evidence has not proven the existence of gravity waves and that space-time is and that space-time can truly be shown to be nonlinear, then it kind of gives credence to this idea that you would have space, counter space, and sort of time, anti-time.
Right. Well, see, the thing is, I don't in this period of time and mentalities and all that, not really thinking so much of time, space, because I haven't really combined them together yet. Because then I have to use a differential equation where not only am I varying with respect to time, but I'm varying with respect to space. So I might try to push that far, but right now I'm just kind of,
It's like a groundwork.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about the ether, whatever you want to call it. Right now, the ether is equal to, it's related to, the permeability and the permittivity of free space, which is equal to 377 ohms. Is this thing true for all scales of size? I mean, somehow, if things are really small, would it be not 377?
No, you're stuck with it.
I mean, are you claiming that it's 377 ohms?
Always 377 ohms.
Regardless of scale?
Right, it's always 377 ohms if the speed of light is always 2.998 centimeters per second.
There's a thing that refutes this.
But if the speed of light changes, the ohms changes.
Yeah. Now, there's
in a simple transmission structure, that is no longer the case.
That's on a macroscopic scale. Now, for example, glass lenses, which you're all familiar with, focus light. But if you put an X-rays through it, it doesn't focus X-rays. You can move the lens back and forth. It's just sort of darker in the middle and lighter on the edges, but it doesn't focus X-rays. There's something happening because the X-rays are even smaller or doing something.
Well, according to Tesla, Tesla insisted the X-rays were not transverse vibrations, so they couldn't be influenced.
Yeah, but they're all electromagnetic radiation.
No, they're not. Tesla said that X-rays are not electromagnetic radiation. And there's a big controversy over that. And two whole systems of X-rays developed, the Tesla system and the General Electric system developed, where Tesla could stand in front of his X-ray tubes and not be killed, where if you stood in front of an equivalent X-ray tube of the GE design,
Well, what is
you
the
went
difference
to the
between-
grave.
Well, what is the difference between the Tesla X-ray?
Well,
tube
that's kind of
and the,
right now out of the scope of the conversation.
Yeah, but
And
there's
nobody really
qualify
said.
it, because X-rays
Well-
are done by
Okay, that's going to conclude. I got away with quite a bit there. And I don't want to, take the whole video. I mean, he's really cool to watch. I'd learn a lot. But I'll leave the link to the video, the full video, in the description, of course. Let's move on, shall we?
This volume is intended to further elucidate my theories of electrical creation. I covered some points lightly touched upon in my previous books. Also,
Sorry, that was the wrong video. Shoot.
to bring forward to date the most recent scientific facts and discoveries tending to show that the universe is a vast electric machine or organism. This is the electrical age of the world of magnetic marvels and electrical wonder. The people of this generation have witnessed the most astounding development of electrical machinery, appliances, and utilities. In every department of effort, human genius has called forth this invisible, mysterious magician, electricity, to work the miracles of omnipotence. And so rapid and marvelous have been the discovery that the human mind stands paralyzed with wonder and amazement and asks, what next? In discovering electricity, man has discovered the working force of deity, the right hand of omnipotence, the word of creative power, and uses it in all fields of human effort, except medicine, which is going to change, with electric cables, electric motors, telephones, phonographs, telescopes, electro-telescopes, wireless telegraphy, and mental telepathy. Oh, yeah. The world is revolutionized. That's where technology is leading us back to the period when we were telepathic, of us humans recovering that lost ability we once had before the Tower of Babel. The old heavens and the old earth have passed away, and behold, all things are new. The new heavens and new earth, as I see it, through scientific facts and analogies, is a perfect electrical machine, a vast electromagnetic organism of marvelous power and perfection. This stupendous mass of matter and force we call the universe is a complete whole, a perfect unity, creating its own light, heat, and life, and bound together by invisible electric ties of measureless power, as swift as lightning and as strong as omnipotence. He likes that word. I'm going to have to look it up. Then I took up the study of electricity as a matter of curiosity and mental stimulus for my leisure hours from the law practice and realty investments. I had an indefinite idea that this mysterious force and the laws governing it might help to solve the riddle of the universe. I always thought that. I studied its application to ordinary machinery and then applied it to the universe as a vast machine. And behold, the universe as a mighty electric machine or organism answered every scientific question and solved every puzzle in the material world as far as I could comprehend them. I applied it to suns and planets, man, and all animal and vegetable organisms. And as electric creations and electric generators, they explained 1,000 mysteries. I found man the most perfect electric organism, woven by electric energy from invisible atoms. receiving his physical life, growth, and nutrition, and digesting and assembling its food by an electric process, such as Professor Loeb and Dr. Matthews discovered in 1902. Nearly 20 years after, I soon formulated a theory of electrical creation, which has recently been accepted by some of the ablest scientists. My book, The New Cosmogony, in 1898, and Invisible Light in 1900, and The Cities of the Sun in 1901, my attention was called to this subject about 20 years ago, when Professor Henry built the first electric street railway ever built in this country. It was built on East 5th Street in Kansas City, Missouri, the city where I was living, and attracted much attention. It was used for only a short time because the machinery was not sufficiently perfected, and there was too great a waste of power, and the insulation was bad, for it magnetized and stopped the watches in the pockets of the passengers. While pondering over this electric railway and its mysterious force, as I sat in the twilight in the parlor of the old coach house, a servant came in to light the gas. Instead of using a match, he turned on the gas, took a few gliding steps over to the carpet, and lit the gas by a flash of electricity from his finger, produced by touching his finger against the tip of the gas jet. I was surprised and said, "Have you enough fire in your body to light the gas?" He answered, "Yes, sir." I said, "Can you do that again?" "Yes, sir." And he turned on another jet, took a few gliding steps over the carpet, and touched the tip of the jet with his finger. There was a flash, and the gas was lit. I was amazed, for this was a new electric manifestation to me. He said, "You can do it, sir." "Well, I'll see if I can." And I took a few gliding steps over the carpet. He turned on the gas. I touched the jet with the tip of my finger, and a flash of electric fire, an inch long, lit the gas. This I did many times afterwards, and saw a dozen others do the same thing. In fact, the servants seldom used matches in that parlor. The carpet held such a surplus of electricity, most any person could by now, a few gliding steps, increase the electricity of their body so they could light the gas by a touch. Then I began to think the electric fire in man's body, in the clouds, in coal and wood, on the telegraph line, in flint, in cold steel, in everything. Electricity must be light, heat, life, and creative force, and will explain the mysteries of nature. In the hot, dry summer of 1901, when The Cities of the Sun was issued, my publisher called me to one side and said his salesman was going out west. He asked if he took offers to sell your book, which says the sun is not hot, to those old Kansas farmers. Won't they mob him, hang him to the first available tree? I admitted it did look serious on account of the extreme heat then afflicting the West, but told him to have his salesman inform them that if they would go up in a balloon a few thousand feet nearer the sun, they would freeze to death, and that they had an arm that would reach 30,000 feet up into the atmosphere. It would freeze to the elbow in less than 30 minutes. The hottest day ever known, as every 20,000 feet upwards from the Earth, there is a loss of over 100 degrees of heat. I mention this to show how some of these theories may shock the sensibilities of some unscientific thinkers. All scientists declare that the sun is a burning globe and also the material and electric center of the solar system, but I conceived it to be a living world like our Earth, only more prolific in life and power, and the intellectual and spiritual center of our system of worlds. I believe I present to only reasonable scientific hypotheses ever presented in the history of the human race, which shows and explains the unity, oneness, and perfect organism of the universe. It shows that the universe is self-sustaining, harmonious, and eternal, creating its own cosmic light, heat, and life in the magnetic atmosphere of its suns and planets. and so simple that the law of atoms is the law of suns and worlds, with the able assistance of many scientists, electricians, and specialists who have recently accepted and championed these theories, and the progress already made, they bid fair to soon revolutionize scientific thought. The time will come, and is not far distant, when those who believe the sun is hot or a burning globe of fire will be regarded as the devotees of an antiquated superstition. The enlightened world will look upon them as they do now on those who believe in witches, human slavery, and that the earth is flat, and will pity their ignorance as we do those who worship gods of Olympus. But they weren't so crazy. The gods of Olympus were in their face. That's what most people don't understand. Chapter 1. The universe is a vast electric organism. Electricity, next to deity, its marvelous and varied powers and utilities, create a new epoch in scientific thought and discovery. Its study is replete with new and fascinating ideas and scientific theory. It contains the story of the universe, more sublime than an epic, more wonderful than a romance. It organized the machinery of the world and holds the secrets of nature and the mysteries of life in its invisible grasp. Electricity is the right hand of deity, the tongue of the spirit, the word of omnipotent power, the protean, cosmic force, and creative machinery of the universe. At the divine fiat, it seized all atoms and space. It shook the ether into nebula, the nebula into worlds, the worlds into constellations, the constellations into a universe. It shaped the planets and rounded suns and hurled them forth to circle in the course of the singing spheres. It gave form and function to all matter, from the rounded pebble to the stars, from the raindrop to the surging sea, from the chirping cricket to the sporting leviathan, from the helpless infant to the giant man. It is the messenger and executive of creative will to all created things. It is the ambassador of spirit to matter, the autocrat of communication between all faculties of mind, to do the will of creative omnipotence. Electricity is the wonderful medium and agent by which mind acts upon matter and works the miracle of life and growth. This mightiest servant of God and man, thus genie, greater than Aladdin's lamp, impresses all laws upon nature and makes the universe obedient to the will of deity, as man's body is obedient to the dictates of a man's mind. This inscrutable word of power from the source of all power is beginning to supply the human race with an inexhaustible force that will revolutionize the earth and link all nations together as one family. In a millennium of peace and goodwill, human life seems to throb, pulsate, gleam, and glow in this marvelous current of existence, which causes illumination, transportation, telegraphy, photography, surgery, horticulture, agriculture, metallurgy, and manufacture to step forth as master magicians to work the miracles for the comfort and happiness of mankind. Every new discovery, every step of electrical science conquers time, destroys distance, diffuses knowledge, dissipates ignorance, encourages friendship, and draws men and nations closer and closer by physical ties and affinities. Where once noisy, ponderous mechanism pounded the rocks to release the metals, electric science, with her unseen but resistless currents, instantly separate the ore and the dry. Soot-begrimed engineer seizes the heavy iron. This is an age of dominant mind, the development of a cycle of invisible forces. The past century was the age of matter. It is said Darwin, Tyndall, Haeckel, and Huxley did a work which had to be done, but their work was limited to chemical and biological demonstrations. It was science, but science of the old school. The discoveries since made in the domain of electricity and mental transmission make their discoveries seem trivial in comparison, and why they don't see it, I do not know. Francis Greason says, "The discoveries and inventions of the past 10 years have made child's play of every previously known system of philosophy. The simple but amazing facts disclosed during the past 5 years rendered the dreams, speculations, and guesswork of the past absurd. The little we know in a practical way is more than all the philosophers of the past knew, from Aristotle to Leibniz. I contend that the universe is a vast electric organism, that all light, heat, and vital force is generated by electric energy in the dense magnetic atmosphere of suns and planets, where alone it is needed for animal and vegetable life, and in volcanic pockets or circuits in the outer crust of these bodies caused by electric repulsion, that the universe began in extreme cold, not heat, that the suns are not hot, but are self-luminous, perfected world, and like our Earth, except greater and more prolific in life and power. I also contend it is as reasonable to bury an iron ship in the icebergs of the Arctic seas and expect it to become red hot, as to expect the sun, planets, or any body traveling through space 460 degrees colder than those icebergs to become hot, red hot, or molten. As the astronomers say, the sun is. All light, heat, and vital force and physical life is created by contact of opposite electrical polarity and the magnetic cushion surrounding all suns and planets. The sun furnishes the positive electricity, and the planet or satellite the negative. And from these two spring all the cosmic and material forces of the universe. The electric currents of the sun create inducted magnetic currents on the Earth, which evolves all visible substance and life forms. The Earth, at its center, is a magnet of crystalline rock and varied metals, placed layer upon layer as a thermopile or voltaic battery. Each constitutes the solid core of the Earth magnet and draws and holds all matter and substance, atoms, and atmosphere close to its magnetic heart, so that nothing can be thrown off of its vast surface. It shoots through space 50 times faster than a bullet from a rifle and whirls round with a speed of a revolving cylinder of a dynamo. Its swift duplicate motion makes it a working battery, or our dynamo of marvelous power. It draws all things to its magnetic center, as the magnetic core of the steel magnet draws filings of iron and other metals to its magnetic surface, and they cluster there in the same spherical form. This Earth magnet drew countless meteors, swarms of nebulic and invisible matter from surrounding space, and grew in size and magnetic power as a steel magnet may grow by adding other countless magnets with their increasing power and in growing accretions. For my theory is that every atom is a tiny magnet, and every molecule, meteor, and visible form of matter is a combination and aggregation of magnets. Aside from the theory of magnets, this is not far from Lockyer and Proctor's theory of the stellar formations. Norman Lockyer says the stellar constitution may be explained by supposing it to arise from cool meteoric swarms represented by the nebula and the rise of temperature due to contraction toward a center. And he adds, in the stars we have celestial furnaces, the heat of which transcends that of our most powerful electric sparks. In this heat theory, I think he is radically wrong. In the rise of temperature on the Sun and Earth, I contend is not from contraction, which is both insufficient and too irregular to be considered. But it did arise from the growth in power and size of the Earth as a great magnet. As great a dynamo, it begins to throb with electric energy, and by drawing itself power currents from space and from the Sun, the central electric heart of its organism, it began to generate heat and light in its own environment, which in time became translucent to the Sun's rays. And instead of the Sun and Earth losing their light and heating power, they are steadily increasing them. It is thus apparent that all light, heat, physical organisms, and vegetable and animal life are evolved and exist only in the magnetic atmosphere of suns and planets. The light we see does not come from the sun or stars. It is generated in our own atmosphere. No man ever saw the sun or stars. They see the rays of light which photograph them in our atmosphere. They are pictures of them at the end of the ray, emanating from them. But some of these rays have been 200 years in reaching us. It takes light over 4 years to reach us from the star nearest our Earth. It is plain we do not see these stars. As to the heat of the sun, there has been a vast difference of opinion among scientists. Newton held it to be 1,699,300 degrees, but Ericsson 2,726,000 degrees hot. Saki 2 million to 6 million degrees. Watterson 9 million to 10 million. And Sorey 5,800,000 degrees. But since the discovery of the law of conservation of energy, which is only about 100 years old, the scientists have been hedging and crawfishing with wonderful dexterity and reducing it until now 18,000 to 20,000 degrees are accepted as possibly correct. As Newton was a great mathematician, and the scientists accept him on other scientific questions, they ought to accept him on the sun's heat and acknowledge the fact that ought to be apparent to all, that if heat comes to the Earth from the sun in a column 93 million miles long and 8,000 miles in diameter through frigid ether 460 degrees colder than ice, the sun must be millions of degrees hot. Then, as nothing in the known universe can exist 1,000,000 or even 20,000 degrees hot, they should admit the sun is not hot. Only electric currents come from the sun, which generate heat and light in our own atmosphere. Well, I'm glad he went back to electricity. I was starting to think this was going to be a magnetic thing. It still could be, but it's interesting to read. It's over 100 years old. Like I said in a previous video, we could have had an electric universe paradigm 100 years ago. Just imagine where our technology would be today. I mean, it's amazing. We went from Model Ts to TR3Bs in 100 years. But we could even be more advanced, much more advanced, had we followed the electric universe paradigm. Then arises another question. All bodies lose their power, then heated to less than 1,000 degrees hot. Professor Fleming, in his book, Magnets and Electric Currents, says, magnetic bodies become, I turned into Nixon, sorry. Magnets and Electric Currents says magnetic bodies become changed into feeble magnetic ones by heating to a certain temperature. Iron, at its critical temperature of 690 degrees to 870 degrees, or a light red heat, loses all its strong magnetic qualities. In the same way, nickel loses them at 300 degrees. Thus, we have the Sun at even 1,000 degrees hot, deprived of its magnetic power and unable to control the solar system. Professor T.C. Mendenhall, in a recent article in Harper's Magazine, says, "The electrical resistance of pure metals diminishes at a rate which indicates that at absolute zero it would vanish and these metals would become perfect conductors of electricity. Thus, cold increases and heat diminishes, and electric energy of metals and all substances." In my previous book, The Cities of the Sun, I have given over 50 reasons why the Sun is not hot. Among them, I may mention, first, because of the extreme cold that prevails in the upper atmosphere of the Earth, through which the Sun's rays must pass, but whose temperature they cannot alter. Second, because the Sun's rays must travel 93 million miles of space between Sun and Earth, which is 460 degrees colder than ice, which would make it impossible for them to retain any degree of heat whatever. If heat comes from the Sun, it must come in a column 93 million miles long, 865,000 miles in diameter, converging to 8,000 miles at the Earth's surface, which would destroy the Sun or any known body in the universe to furnish such heat. Third, because the perpetual snow upon the mountains, even in the tropics, show the Sun's rays bring no heat to the Earth, or snow would be melted by the first and greatest volume of heat from the Sun. Fourth, because if heat came from the Sun, there could be no clouds in our atmosphere, for the heat of the Sun would strike them first, and greater heat above the cloud level would prevent their formation and forever banish them from our skies. But boy, when that sun comes out of them clouds, you sure can feel it burn into you. But those are electric currents that are hitting us. It's pretty amazing. Even the wind is an electric current. Fifth, because heat, by the law of its nature, is diffusive and cannot be shot from one sun or planet to another, or forced through space like a Leyden ball or other substance, but is soon dissipated in the cold ether of space. Sixth, the Sun is not hot because comets have passed 300,000 miles through the Sun's corona without visible change or injury, which would be impossible if the Sun is excessively hot. For the comet coming from outer space must be intensely cold, and excessive heat in the Sun would explode and destroy it.
mission manager, DC, got negative growth, negative shoot.
Copy, we see the visual.
Do you remember this? Have you seen this before on the news back in 2004? I remember seeing it and thinking, oh, it's too bad they lost a probe. And you know what that mission was for that probe? It was the Genesis satellite, the Genesis probe. The purpose of the Genesis mission was to observe the solar wind, entrap its particles, and return them to Earth in a search for the origin of Earth. The Genesis capsule, shortly after its landing, Genesis spacecraft returned to Earth on September 8th, experiencing a non-nominal re-entry. The drogue and main parachutes failed to deploy, causing the capsule to impact the surface of the desert at a speed of 193 miles per hour. The impact caused severe damage to the capsule and a breach of the science canister in the field. And it was measuring the type of oxygen isotopes that were coming from the solar wind. In other words, the type of oxygen that was in the sun. And there was an unfortunate accident with the craft. The parachutes didn't deploy, which is odd for a NASA probe because they usually don't fail. But they found out that the isotopes from the sun were different than the oxygen isotopes in the oceans. I think Walt could tell you better. I got a little article here from him. Over here to hollowscience.com and see what Mr. Thornhill says. Assembling the Solar System. October 23rd, 2008, the Walt Thornhill EU Views. The Genesis team can take great satisfaction, not just having salvaged their mission, but in underscoring once again how little we know about how our strange and wonderful home planet came to exist. Kelly Beatty, Sky and Telescope. Kelly, I'd say be careful what you ask for. You just might get it. The purpose of the Genesis mission was to observe the solar wind, entrap its particles, and return them to Earth in a search for the origin of the Earth, says their credit NASA, JPL, Caltech. The Genesis capsule, shortly after its hard landing, the Genesis spacecraft returned to Earth September 8, 2004, expecting a non-nominal re-entry in which both the drogue and main parachutes failed to deploy, causing the capsule to impact the surface of the desert at a speed of 193 miles per hour. The impact caused severe damage to the capsule and a breach of the science canister of the field. Kevin McKeegan's announcement at the 2008 Lunar and Planetary Science Conference that the pattern of oxygen isotopes on the Sun differs greatly from that of the Earth took many planetary scientists by surprise. Gee, we never heard that before. The findings may help them explain how Earth and other planets grew out of the solar nebula, the giant cloud of gas and dust from which the solar system formed. McKeegan heads the UCLA team that is analyzing samples of the solar wind as part of the Genesis mission. I learned that experienced scientists were taking bets on the outcome of McKeegan's measurements, said cosmochemist Robert Clayton. Since many were reluctant to believe that the Earth and Sun could have different isotopic composition, given the vast empty distances between stars, it seems sensible to assume that the Sun and its family of planets were born together. Scientists take for granted that gravity is the only force operating in the universe to cause matter to coalesce to form stars and planets. Astronomers observe dusty disks around some nearby stars and assume that those disks are the leftovers of matter that form the star. Observations appear to confirm the accepted story of the planets forming from collisions and accretion of matter in the protosolar disk. However, all is not as it seems. There are objections to the nebular disk accretion model that should be considered fatal were it not for the fact that no alternative seems possible, given the gravity-driven view of the universe. For example, A slowly rotating cloud may tend to collapse under gravity, but a point is quickly reached where the outward rotational force counteracts further collapse. Rotational energy must be dissipated somehow to enable the cloud to collapse more. Assuming that you manage to form a sun inside the disk, another serious difficulty arises. Gravitational interactions with the disk cause protoplanets to swiftly spiral into the star. Then there's the problem that the sun, as the most collapsed object, should be spinning the fastest, like a pirouette dancer pulling in her arms. But the sun spins slowly. Almost the entire angular momentum of the solar system is to be found in orbiting planets, and the sun's equator is tilted 7 degrees to the plane of the orbiting planets. Instead of the expected graduation of properties of the planets with distance from the sun, we find a fruit salad of characteristics which don't make any sense in the simpler nebula model. For example, the Earth has an abundance of water, but the region where early Earth formed was too hot for water to be incorporated into a solid body. So, in ad hoc fashion, meteorites had to deliver it later. As one expert on the subject remarked, you need to make a special case for each planet. Gravitational accretion of planets from a dusty disk doesn't work anymore. Once a disk, always a disk. Rings. Theory shows it is hard for a planetesimal to get 1 kilometer in size, but then, to avoid fragmentation by collision, the body needs to be 1,000 kilometers for the gravity to retain collision debris. Special requirements abound in the accretion disk model, even if we assume, despite the objections above, that planets the size of Jupiter can form. We then need a violent phase of activity from the new sun at just the right time to dissipate most of the matter of the disk, while leaving the gas giants with thick atmospheres. But then, how do we explain Jupiter's 3 times the solar abundance of noble gases? Perhaps the most significant problem of the gravity-only model is how to explain the circularity and long-term stability of planetary orbits. After all, more than 2 bodies moving under the influence of gravity produce a chaotic system. There is no restoring force when a planet is perturbed in its orbit. Under Newtonian law, the solar system cannot be the same that it was, even in the recent past. When we look at the nearest 100 bright stars in the solar neighborhood within 25 parsec radius, there are 40 binary stars, 15 triple stars, 5 quadruple stars. How can the accretion model explain so many multiple star systems? And where do the numerous brown dwarf stars fit? They have a much lower binary star fraction of 15%. And why do stars seem to have a maximum mass of 100 solar masses? As another expert put it, the theory of star formation fails. Mysteries abound. The Genesis mission provides at least one more mystery. Oxygen is the 3rd most abundant element in the cosmos, of which the isotope oxygen-16 makes up 99.67%, oxygen-17, 0.04%, and oxygen-18, 0.02%. Kelly Beatty writes, the sun represented a critical missing piece in its isotopic puzzle. Cosmochemists assume that whatever atoms populate the solar wind must be representative of what's in the sun itself, and therefore a sample of the raw mix from which the planets form. So would the sun's oxygen ratios match those of the Earth or of ancient meteorites? The very framework of planetary formation hung in the balance. At the 39th Annual Lunar Planetary Science Conference in Houston, Texas, Kevin McKeegan, UCLA, announced that the sun has proportionately far more oxygen-16 relative to oxygen-17 and 18 than is present in terrestrial seawater. There's a serious mismatch. Instead, the solar ratios follow the same trend seen in primitive meteorites. Suddenly, Earth is the odd planet out. We had little idea what the sun's ratios should be, McKeegan told me after his presentation. Now
they did sample the oxygen on Saturn's rings when it had that probe there. And it exactly matches the Earth. So does the sodium, and so does the water. So, how can you get around that?
He says there's no plausible model to make Earth with the oxygen ratios it exhibits. It's always been a challenge to supply Earth with the water it has, and now we're wondering how it got the rocks it has. The view was echoed by Robert Creighton, a University of Chicago cosmochemist. The CAIs were thought to be the formation of stars and planets is a failure. So why are self-congratulatory statements like the following delivered at an astronomical conference in 2005 being made? Two of the great scientific success stories of the last several decades are our growing understanding of the way stars form and our ability to reconstruct the history of our own solar system. These two lines of scientific investigation meet in the sun's protoplanetary disk. It seems scientists should be alerted to the human propensity for conformity bias. So basically, since 2005, mainstream science has known that the Earth's oxygen is not the same as the oxygen of the sun. A major
You want to know why? 'Cause I'm a liar! Yeah, I'm a liar!
But this isn't science. This refers to the tendency for humans to seek out, attend to, and sometimes embellish experiences that support or confirm their beliefs. Confirmatory experiences are selectively welcomed and granted easy credibility. Disconformity experiences, on the other hand, are often ignored, discredited, or treated with obvious defensiveness. The most costly expression of this tendency may well be among scientists themselves. The costs of this cognitive bias are perhaps nowhere as serious as in the area of scientific publication. Michael J. Mahoney, Cognitive Therapy and Research, 1977. Despite scientists' beliefs, there is an alternative to the gravity-only assumption of consensus cosmology. Unfortunately, astrophysicists are not trained in plasma discharge phenomena so that they might recognize this fact. As in many other scientific disciplines, the inertia of tradition, institutionalization, and specialization to the brink of irrelevance has produced terminal tunnel vision. Astrophysicist is hamstrung by an unreal but mathematical tractable view of plasma behavior in space. That view suits the dominant mathematical theorist, but denies real physics. The specialty is called magnetohydrodynamics. The name betrays the fundamentally incorrect approach. Magnetohydrodynamics treats space plasma as a mysteriously magnetized gas. So we hear of stellar winds and gaseous shock fronts. The stellar wind buffets against the Earth's magnetic field. The father of the subject, Hans Alfvén, notoriously dismissed his own invention in his Nobel lecture of December 11, 1970. He warned of the consequences. Magnetohydrodynamics had initially very little contact with experimental plasma physics, and all the awkward and complicated phenomena which had been treated in the study of discharges and gas were simply neglected. The cosmical plasma physics of today is far less advanced than the thermonuclear research physics. It is, to some extent, the playground of theoreticians who have never seen a plasma in the laboratory. Many of them still believe in the formulae which we know from laboratory experiments to be wrong. The astrophysical correspondence to the thermonuclear crisis has not yet come. Wow, that's interesting, because I'm thinking of the one theory of the universe being subject to the second law of thermodynamics with mutual magnetic repulsion. as the feedback mechanism that Wall has talked about. This has been synchronicitous for me because up until now, I did not know this magnetohydrodynamics even existed. I'm going to have to learn. Even the little things at the end of sentences, you have to pay attention. This new magnetohydrodynamic theories, what is this? Another way for
I don't know why there's no sound. It could possibly be that I had to cut it out. Sometimes
I'm
I
sneaky.
have to.
With all these Herbie Harrow objects being found, I just don't understand how they can even continue to deny it. But they do, and they get away with it. You can even look at plasma formations and see faces and archetypes in the plasma that's out there. I just imagine what the ancients must have thought. With that stuff hanging in the sky, really big and huge, right above them, would have had a tremendous effect. Now they're going to start arguing about magnetism and electricity, I suppose. When's it going to stop? And then all along the whole time, they're like, what? Right? Have you happened to notice in every single field of study,
That's crazy. I'm just as surprised as you. Where'd that stuff go? I must have had to trim it up. Damn. Don't go away, the best stuff is still to come.
Modern astrophysics is built on the foundations of Big Bang cosmology. This cosmology relies on a story, first proposed by a Belgian priest, Georges Lemaitre. He described his universe as being like the cosmic egg exploding at the moment of creation. Most scientists, while initially rejecting his hypothesis, soon came to endorse it. This then developed into a theory with apparent evidence to support it. The Big Bang started from something very small. The story goes that there
There are no islands in space.
One of the most interesting phenomena in the sky is the so-called pulsar. The pulsar is an object that is observed to put out pulses, both of light and radio activity, RF, in the RF spectrum. And those pulses are extremely rapid. They are something like milliseconds apart. So it's like a extremely fast strobe light. And thinking of a strobe light, astronomers immediately leapt to the lighthouse kind of analogy. Something that must be spinning around, the beam is going around, and it's going around so quickly that this thing goes flash, flash, flash. Well, once the repetition rate of the pulsars was observed to get up to in the millisecond range, that meant that this star that was putting out this beam of radiation would have had to be rotating at 300 times a second. And 300 times a second, we're talking about the speed of a dentist drill. So the astronomers decided, well, normal stars couldn't possibly rotate at that speed, and so they postulated the existence of what they called a neutron star. A neutron star is a star that is so dense that it holds together so well that it can indeed rotate at the speed of a dentist's drill. Well, the problem is that in nuclear chemistry, we know that you can't pack neutrons together that densely. They will all fly apart instantaneously. There's a principle called the island of stability in nuclear chemistry that absolutely prevents that. So here again we have the standard astronomers or astrophysicists going directly against another well-developed science. In the electrical model, however, there's a very simple explanation for pulsars. Everybody is familiar with the idea that the pulses can travel back and forth on electrical transmission lines. Such uncontrolled pulses, for example, were responsible for the famous Northeast blackouts. A similar effect can occur between two binary stars connected by a plasma. The two binary stars act like capacitors that store charge. And if you reduce that in size to something you can produce in the laboratory, you can produce it in the laboratory, and it's called a relaxation oscillator. And electrical engineers use it and have used it for decades. The idea of producing pulses every few milliseconds is a sophomore level experiment in an electrical engineering laboratory. It doesn't require neutronium, strange matter, or any other fictitious device. All it requires is two capacitors, a battery, and a nonlinear resistor. And we maintain that that's exactly what a binary pair of stars connected by a plasma field presents. Modern cosmology is highly mathematical. In fact, we were joking before about the idea that the only people who understand cosmology are professional cosmologists. The basis of cosmology, really, if you hunt for it, lies in Einsteinian relativistic mechanics. And when Einstein promulgated his ideas, he totally and completely ignored anything electrical. And so the modern cosmology, with all of its ideas of omega and expanding universe and inflation theory and the Big Bang and all the rest of it, are predicated on a foundation which ignores almost half of man's knowledge about the way the universe works, which is electricity.
It may sound like I'm dismissing Einstein and his theories of relativity out of hand, but we have to give Einstein credit for his integrity in pointing out that his theory did not meet his requirements, and that is that his theory had to be tied back to some form of reality. And there is no explanation as to why matter should curve space to give the effect of gravity. He felt that quantum theory, being a probabilistic theory, divorced cause and effect. And this is one of the things you cannot do in physics, is divorce cause and effect. Otherwise, you might as well give up and get a real job. But this is a puzzle that dogged Einstein through his later years, to the point that his followers tended to go off and use his geometrical explanations to conjure up things like black holes and neutron stars and so on, and the expansion of the universe and the Big Bang, without referring back to Einstein, who, with great integrity, said he wasn't satisfied with his explanation.
The cradle of life. And this gets back to the idea of the Garden of Eden period in man's memory. If you're a satellite orbiting within that anode glow, and this is not an outrageous idea because astronomers have suggested the same thing for red giants, that planets could actually orbit within that star because the atmosphere is such low density. In fact, we orbit in the sun's atmosphere, if you like, and it doesn't cause us any trouble. But within that glowing shell, the radiant energy received from that envelope is constant over the entire globe. The light from the plasmasphere is not reflected light, it's radiant energy. Brown dwarfs radiate blue and ultraviolet light, even though they are cool at a temperature around 950 K. This is further evidence that we are looking at a mix of an electrical red anode glow and coronal ultraviolet blue end of the spectrum. There are no seasons, no tropics, and no ice caps. A planet does not have to rotate, its axis can point in any direction, and its orbit can be eccentric, and you'll still get this beautiful, even temperature over the whole body. The radiant energy received by the planet will be strongest at the blue and red ends of the spectrum, so photosynthesis, which relies on red light, would be very active. The skylight would be a pale purple, which maybe is referred to by the classical purple dawn of creation. And I know that in Canberra we have this new arboretum, which is fantastic, and all of the new trees that are being planted are put in red plastic to start with. And I asked the head of the arboretum why they did that, and he said the plants grow much better in red light. Water molecules dominate the spectra of brown dwarfs, so you want to know where the Earth's water came from? The light on Earth was dim and purplish amid a continuous mist of water. No other bodies in the system were visible. And this is what Dave mentioned yesterday. This explains the abundant water on Earth and many satellites of the gas giant planets and the rings of Saturn. And the red light, warmth and water was ideally suited for giant ferns. It explains the gigantic lush vegetation found at the poles, fossilised as coal. Now, the problem faced by life on planets orbiting a red star, I think you saw last night, which was this flaring red dwarf. So this tendency to flare up is a problem. The reason for this is that, as I said, the red stars don't have the current regulation afforded by the bright photosphere. So the response of a red star to a sudden electrical disturbance in their environment is to shed charged matter in a flare-up. They may also change in apparent size as the anode glow accommodates to the electrical environment. I think this would account for the great dyings in the geological record and the episodic deposit of vast sediment and mineral layers on the Earth. And on other bodies too. Every body that's been looked at is layered. What's more, it explains for the first time the oceans of salty water on Earth. Comets cannot be responsible because they have little or no water and little or no sodium chloride. Just see how much of this I want to show you because we saw this yesterday, so I might skip. This is referring to that super flare you saw yesterday, and you remember the astrophysicist said anyone who was on a planet orbiting that star at the time would be having a very bad day. Well, I think the Earth has had its bad days, and they're reflected in the geological record. So we'll skip that. The mass extinctions, as I said, those flare-ups can be so drastic that it would practically wipe out the life on any existing life on those satellites of that dwarf star. This raises an interesting side issue, and that is Ironically, intelligent life can't communicate through such a plasma shell using radio waves, so the lack of intelligible radio signals in the SETI project is understandable. In fact,
After
denizens
this,
of such worlds would most likely be unaware of the universe at large. Now, astronomers also submit that orbiting a red dwarf is possibly one of the best places to look for life. What they've never considered is orbiting inside a red dwarf.
Then,
let me
if
see.
you want, Polly, go in the hall.
I don't think I'll
Great
talk
hall,
about this one.
and
This
I'll
is
meet you there.
a recent
After
report of a spotty brown dwarf which suggests there are things orbiting within that red anode sheath, causing a dimming of the glow behind wherever that satellite happens to be. They're calling it weather, but of course if it's an anode glow it has nothing to do with weather. So we'll skip that. So this is a picture of the brown dwarf proto-Saturn as I see it. Now there would have been many more bodies than you see there, but I've included Mars and Earth and proto-Saturn because they're the main players at this stage. 50% of red dwarfs have Earth-sized planets in their conventional habitable zone. This suggests there are a large number hidden inside the red star's glow. And you can say that too because our gas giants all have large numbers of satellites orbiting quite closely. But you'll note there is no Venus at this stage. Gigantism. It wasn't just pterodactyls that struggled to get up off the ground. Scaling of muscle and bone strength shows that dinosaurs could not have raised their bodies off the ground in today's gravity. For them to move about, Earth's gravity needed to be about 1/3 of today's. Global extinction and fossilization requires far more than a simple impact. Clearly, we have no understanding of the cause of gravity. So we get to proto-Saturn's capture. Capture by the sun is almost impossible gravitationally because there is no energy loss. There's no way of losing energy. A body coming in and swinging around the sun will depart again because there's nothing to put the brakes on and make it go around the sun. Electrical capture has a huge cross-section by comparison. Two stars will see each other electrically once their heliospheres, or astrospheres as they're called generically, touch. Now the sun's heliosphere is 100 astronomical units in radius. Another star would be something comparable. So you're talking about a huge cross-section. So the chances of capture of an object is far greater than gravity would suggest. Actually, I'll explain more about this when I give my presentation on cosmology, this change in gravity and so on. So proto-Saturn changed from being a star, that is an anode in interstellar space, to becoming a cathode or cometary body in the sun's heliosphere. And like all cathodes, surface material is electrically ejected and the body may fragment under internal electrical stress. And this is the kind of thing which the ancients reported. As you may expect in the electrical model, a brown dwarf desert has been identified close to bright main sequence stars because the brown dwarf switches off and becomes a gas giant. And this is what is seen by astronomers. You won't find brown dwarfs orbiting closely to bright stars. Gravitational theory only accommodates accretion disks. Expulsion disks are believed impossible despite the copious evidence of stars ejecting matter in jets. Even the sun does it in a modest coronal mass ejection kind of way. It's also interesting to note the large number of close orbiting gas giants about nearby stars. This fits the electrical fissioning argument and not the nebular accretion model. Gas giants have also been discovered at distances from their stars where they couldn't have formed within the age of the star. All of the impossible planets and stars being discovered are not impossible in the electric universe model. Instead, they are expected based on that model. I'll deal with this issue in my presentation on cosmology. Hot Jupiters have been found closely orbiting a star. It explains the expulsion rings and many satellites of the gas giant planets in our solar system, and the fact that Saturns are the most spectacular indicates that it was the last or most recent gas giant to flare up and eject matter. Right. Axial tilt families. A simple method of identifying related objects in the solar system is to look at their axial tilts, because in the close relationship between a gas giant or a brown dwarf and its close orbiting satellites, there will generally be phase lock. The satellites all have the same face pointing towards the parent. And as these close orbiting satellites therefore will have their rotation axis aligned with the parent. Having the same degree of axial tilt, modified by precession after disturbance, like the tearing apart of the Saturnian system, that tilt to the plane of their orbits of the ecliptic should be roughly the same, and this is one way of trying to identify members of the same family, because the Sun has an adopted family. So when you look at the planets here, you've got Mars, and you've got Venus, and you've got Earth, and you've got Saturn, the main players. But Venus is the odd one out, because research shows with great certainty that it was born from proto-Saturn in a massive flare-up resulting from the initial adjustment to the present Sun's quite different electrical environment. And this is why there are all those radiating streamers, because it was born as a comet from an already cometary body. So the cometary body fissioned, and the resulting ejected body went into, it was still captured by its parent, but it too was busily discharging frantically, trying to adjust to its electrical environment. So all of the radiating streamers and the colossal Venus comet appearances can be explained by this model. Venus was ejecting material. It occurred equatorial. We were sitting underneath this chain of objects, and the streamers were coming out radiating from Venus. And this is actually what we see on Venus today. The scars are wrapped around the equator. But also, when these bodies are ejected, the main body may be spinning this way and the material is ejected in a stream. It's given a backward kick by its parent. And the result is that the satellite initially, at least, has a backward rotation. And this is what Venus has, very slow backward rotation.
And by golly, the Sun has a torus also, projected into an axial view. And notice this. How does it occur that the equatorial atmosphere rotates 36 times for every 25 times of the circumpolar rotation? How would something driving the Sun from within produce superrotation at the outer layer and at the equator? I mean, actually, you're looking here at two levels of differential rotation, because it's not just the equatorial atmosphere that is rotating fast, it's rotating faster than the surface below. Now, Wal Thornhill got me to thinking about something. This was a number of years back. He said, the sunspot appears to be, if you follow Birkeland's experiments, the location of a discharge moving right through the visible layer of the Sun's atmosphere. I was looking at this and I thought, well, this is interesting. It looks to me as if that discharge is parting the waves, you might say, and anchoring to a slower moving subsurface layer. And for that reason, it is resisting being moved along by the super-rotating equatorial atmosphere of the Sun. I just think things of this sort, these stand in such total and self-evident defiance of a standard model, that you have to begin looking from an interdisciplinary vantage point, complemented by increasingly specialized research. You have to begin looking at a new picture of the Sun from the ground up, because What we were given 70 years ago has failed every test. Perfect example again of the experimental approach and its impact on the future of science was the work of Christian Birkeland, who said,
Our Earth's aurora is being produced by charged particles from the sun entering the upper atmosphere of our Earth.
Sidney Chapman, a mathematician and dean of the Earth-Sun relationship studies, said the Earth was insulated by its magnetosphere, and charged particles could not enter the upper atmosphere of the Earth directly. And then in the 70s, we discovered that charged particles from the sun were indeed entering the Earth's upper atmosphere. And now we call those particle streams Birkeland currents in honor of the experimentalist. We have looked closely enough to see that the currents are moving in cylindrical forms, and ironically, Don Scott has produced a recent paper, which I hope people will have a chance to access in the next few months, that gives the mathematical basis for this cylindrical or embedded cylindrical form of the auroras of Earth. There are no islands in space, and certainly anyone who has followed the evidence for the Earth-Sun connection, the circuitry connecting
Same with Shoemaker-Levy 9. All of the effects that we saw on Shoemaker-Levy 9 were of a planet destroying an incoming object with a thunderbolt. The dazzling display baffled astronomers. Cosmic lightning flashes high above Jupiter's atmosphere from the ionosphere. No water was detected, and we could tell that it was the case that it was an electrical discharge phenomenon simply by this ring. An explosion doesn't drop a ring of material, but a plasma jet does. I was asked to referee this paper by a Russian who also considered the Tunguska explosion as an electrical event, an incoming object, charged object in the sky and its trajectory, and he was looking at geological formations on the ground under the track, and he came to the conclusion that this was examples of the Earth discharging towards the incoming object under the electrical stress, and this is precisely what I would expect. Witnesses reported strange weather and increased seismic activity in the area for days beforehand, and disturbances resembled magnetic storms following nuclear tests. Interesting, magnetic storms, electrical events. And the soil at Tunguska was found to be so enriched with carbon-14 that it shows up as a future date. The point is that the electrical discharges are so powerful that they will cause nuclear transmutations and implantation of radioactive species in the rocks. So we have dumb doomsday. This picture is one you've probably all seen of an asteroid hitting the Earth. It's entirely fanciful because there's no lightning to be seen. The asteroid would be destroyed by a cosmic thunderbolt before it could hit the Earth. What you would get would be an electrical crater on the Earth and a fall of sand and debris and small rocks. Certainly not that. The dinosaurs died not from an impact but as a result of a dramatic change in the Earth's situation in the cosmos. The electrical environment of the Earth must have changed dramatically. And this gets to the kind of work that we're documenting in the books that you'll see outside, Thunderbolts of the Gods. The solar system, the origin of the solar system, attempts to find a plausible naturalistic explanation have failed. In fact, one astronomer in a talk last year said that you need a different theory for every planet. It's just not satisfactory. I got my ideas about the solar system when I was a teenager, reading this book, Worlds in Collision by Immanuel Velikovsky. And he, as Duncan said in the introduction, was responsible for my interest in this problem of solar system dynamics and what is gravity. What don't we understand about it? Velikovsky argued that planets change orbits, exchange thunderbolts and quickly settle into peaceful orbits. It's not a clockwork system.
rapid settling following chaos defies our understanding of gravitational systems, which for more than a two-body system, as I said, are chaotic. So our understanding of gravity and the solar system mechanics is wrong. This is an excerpt from our latest DVD, which shows that our ancestors saw a sky which we would not recognise.
So regular, predictable, one might think they've moved like this forever. Contrast to things claimed by the first astronomers of ancient Mesopotamia and numerous cultures that followed. They watched planetary motions with a compulsive fear. Why would diligent astronomers insist that the planets were the towering gods of a prior time? Planets ruled the destiny of kings and kingdoms. And they were the agents of doomsday, the end of the world. What was it about planets that inspired such reverence and fear? Far from the spotlight today, researchers are exploring these questions of planetary history. They bring wide-ranging backgrounds from comparative mythology to planetary science and plasma physics. All are asking if the solar system may have been unstable in the past, alive with electrical activity.
That's just an excerpt from our latest DVD. It reveals the profound effects on the Earth and prehistoric witnesses when the power of the electric universe was unleashed in a chaotic solar system. And that imagery you see on the cover is one of the preeminent images from that period. And it shows up today in all of our religious iconography. It's fascinating to visit cathedrals and so on, which I've been doing in Spain just recently, and to see this so-called Saturnian imagery just leap out at you everywhere. The cause of the chaos has much to tell about the origins of the solar system, because the story is more incredible than any science fiction book I've ever read. Normally, under gravitational theory, capture by the sun is almost impossible gravitationally because there's no energy loss. An object coming from deep space will just whiz in around the sun and disappear again. But electrical capture has a huge cross-section of the order of the diameter of astrospheres. That's a heliosphere generalised for stars, which is huge. And when charge exchange begins, energy transfer and mass changes begin and accelerations begin. Now, cold brown dwarfs are the most plentiful stars, and in fact they've just begun mapping nearby cold brown dwarfs, as they're called. It requires a special kind of infrared telescope. The result has been so far that they are discovering more than they expected, and this fits this story of the recent history of the solar system beautifully, because it seems that we are not originally of this solar system. When the dinosaurs roamed the Earth, we were a part of a cold brown dwarf system. The brown dwarfs, as I've shown in this picture, become comets during capture, eventually settling down around the new star, their capturing star, as a gas giant. All of our gas giants are in the outer solar system, and I would suggest all are captured. The birth of rocky planets can occur during that capture process, just as comets explode for unknown reasons. They're actually electrical. A captured brown dwarf can also discharge matter from its core in an attempt to adjust to the new electrical environment in orbit about a brighter star. And Venus, I would suggest, that's Venus in that picture there, is the most recent addition, the most recently born planet in the solar system. This theory explains why so many hot Jupiters have been found whizzing around their central star in a matter of days or hours in some cases, to the puzzlement of astronomers who feel that gas giants can only form in the outer reaches of the solar system. So they've had to come up with the ad hoc idea that somehow these giants migrate in closer to their star. No, the star that gave them birth is holding the child close. It also explains the expulsion rings. These are misinterpreted as accretion disks. They're expulsion disks because stars and gas giants can emit material to form a ring, and all of our gas giants have some form of ring. You can find out family resemblances through their axial tilts, because a planet rotating is like a giant gyro. So you look at all the objects in the solar system and try and match axial tilts, and you'll find that Saturn, Mars and Earth are close. Venus is different because it was recently born, and it has a backward rotation because in the process of being born it's like gears meshing, and the object that's born is given a kick backwards. So it's rotating slightly backwards. All of this fits, it's simple. Doesn't need a separate theory for every planet. This is a professor from the ANU in Canberra, who I know quite well. And at one of his talks he said, when the remote chances of developing a habitable planet are added to the chances of developing both high intelligence and a technically advanced civilization, the odds of finding little green men elsewhere in the universe decline to zero. This is the hopeless kind of picture that we have from our present cosmology. The electric universe suggests completely otherwise. The most hospitable place for life is cocooned inside the red electrical glow of a brown dwarf star. And this, I think, will be borne out in future. Already it's been found that a nearby red dwarf appeared to be two red dwarfs because the glow from it was too bright to be associated with a small star. I would suggest these things are giants. All red stars are giants. And the so-called red dwarfs are actually giant, sufficiently big anyway to have objects orbiting within their red plasma sheath. So the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, SETI, is mistaken in looking for a planet situated like the Earth, near a bright star. We're actually in a more precarious position than most life in the universe. However, we do have the advantage that we can see the universe. Planets orbiting inside this glow would not be able to see the universe, they would not be able to receive radio signals nor transmit them, which gives the answer to why we haven't heard from ET. Plasma mythology. This is where we get to the thunderbolts of the gods. Globally, petroglyphs show to a high degree of confidence that within human existence the Earth has suffered stupendous electrical discharge phenomena in the heavens, and this is down to an expert in the subject, a world expert, Dr. Anthony Peratt. He was absolutely astounded when he found that his work matched the work that we've been doing in comparative mythology and petroglyph drawings, because we were convinced that they were pictures of the sky. The origins of rock art are prehistoric. And you'll notice the forms are identical to the many forms generated by instabilities and high-energy plasma discharges. One of the most common forms is this squatter man. And you'll find this almost always associated with two circles underneath the elbows and above the knees. The plasma formation is this one. Raised arms, a plasma toroid, which you see as two bright circles, and the legs here, and often appendages, and a head. This is the plasma form, that's the petroglyph. This new understanding is of monumental significance in understanding the real history of the Earth and humanity. We have lost knowledge. The Wandjina figure on the left there is from the Kimberley region, and in the book Yoro Yoro, where Jutta Malnik interviewed David Moaljalil about the legends from that region and what the significance was of this Wandjina man. And he used specific words and said, you must use these words because anything else will be incorrect. Malangiri, the lightning ring, is the first or closest to the head. The line between the eyes indicates where the power flows down and is not a nose. That's extremely significant. It's the same kind of imagery that the Maoris use when they poke their tongue out, or the images of Mars with a sword hanging down. Francis Bacon said man prefers to believe what he prefers to be true. I prefer
that it is to believe what the ancients had to tell us about the thunderbolt of the planetary gods, since it may illuminate the electric universe and confirm ancient testimony. Also, ultimately, it's easy to verify. Plasma discharge phenomena are complex and lifelike. The heavens were their arena, so all the celestial gods were plasma related and planetary related. It is where the planetary gods played out a celestial drama and fought each other with thunderbolts. That was their favoured weapon. So the words such as land, cosmos and even universe are usually the words of the translators and do not connote the original meaning of the words in creation myths. Even the word earth didn't refer to the earth originally, it referred to this phantasm in the sky. What is usually meant by such words in the original is the celestial land of the gods. It was the creation of the abode of the gods in these plasma forms. So creation refers to the generation of that celestial apparition. It has nothing to do with the creation of the earth, the universe, or anything. We can actually decode Stonehenge now. Like all great prehistoric constructions, it was built to commemorate the stupendous electrical phenomena seen in the ancient sky. The problem with all of the explanations so far for the monumental constructions like the pyramids around the world and so on, we've never had a motivation. The motivation was to recreate what the ancients had seen in the sky on the earth. Stonehenge has around the perimeter what's called the Aubrey holes, and there's 56 of them. You remember in that picture of the supernova and that ring of beads that I showed you? During some of these plasma discharges, those beads were also witnessed in the sky, and they have a characteristic number because these Birkeland filaments tend to form pairs, and then they pair with another pair, so it goes in a number sequence. And one of the common numbers is 56. And the 56 Aubrey holes mimic the discharge pattern seen in the lab. This is an example of one of those beams being intercepted by what they call a witness plate, with 56 holes or punched in a witness plate. So the electric universe embraces plasma cosmology, accepts a non-expanding universe, explains gravity and magnetism, explains quantum weirdness, returns to an ether, explains electric stars, explains dramatic Earth history, and offers a coherent big picture. Just a few words about it, since we're running a few minutes over time, about predictive success. There was the Deep Impact mission, which I've mentioned, the Stardust mission, which returned high-temperature minerals, the dust devils on Mars, which are electrical discharge phenomena in a thin atmosphere. I was the only one on planet Earth who predicted that the pole of Saturn, which has been in darkness for 14 years, would be found to be hot. It's because it's suffering an electrical discharge at the pole. Saturn's moons, I explained that I'd predicted that under the thick clouds of Titan would be found scarring on the surface, similar to that found on Mars and the Earth, and that was found to be so. There wasn't an ocean of methane. I explained the electrical discharge machining of Io and Europa and made predictions which were borne out. I've predicted supernova 1987A. Those bright beads will rotate around one another and merge over time. And if you want to see more of the predictions, they're on the thunderbolts.info website, where we have a daily picture of the day, which is in competition with the astronomy picture of the day. And I believe our traffic now exceeds that of APOD, or Astronomy Picture of the Day, and several other well-known astronomy websites. Some people have our daily update with their morning coffee. Deep Impact was the best of all. Yep.
Ah, there you are. Okay.
Great, you can hear
Man,
me?
almost did it again. See, I have to control my volume on both Discord and OBS.
That's why you can't hear me.
Sometimes I forget to turn up OBS and then you don't hear me. So that didn't happen this time.
And I couldn't hear myself.
So I'm coming out here to look at just, yeah, Paulie, jump in the Great Hall and I'll chat with you for a few. I'm looking at everyone. Jamalama, good to see you always. Water Picker, thank you. Thank you. St. Pauli Girl, Jasper. Good to see you, Jasper. Cyril Nell. My man. It's a cool name. Jamalama. I love Jamalama. And let's see who else do we got here. I saw Donnie Wages earlier. Anyways, I left a message at the beginning of the video, but maybe a lot of you weren't here. Okay, well, talk to me then, if you're in chat.
Well, I am.
I'm in there, too. I'm in the hall.
I'm there too.
Hello?
You can't hear me?
Can you not hear me? Let me check my settings.
I can hear you. You can't hear me.
Where are they? Video and voice. My microphone's good. And the output device is not. That's why you can't hear me. So let's go to this one. Now can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Now I can hear you.
I can't, and I can't hear myself talking. So.
Well, that's good, right?
That's good then. Yeah.
Yeah, because it gets confusing when.
Yeah, I was only hearing myself talk through my speakers.
Oh. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Good. Good. All right. Good. So I was wondering if my mic was broken because my cat went back behind there, decided he was going to lay down. And he's a very big cat. He's a Maine Coon cat, and he's gigantic.
Wow.
And
I got a big cat too. She weighs about 15 pounds, probably.
My cat weighs about 26 pounds.
Wow.
Very.
I mean, they
huge.
live to eat. Come on, my cat is hungry from the.
My cat
the
doesn't
time
know.
I wake up.
This one doesn't eat much. He doesn't really eat much compared to his weight.
I think she thinks she's starving to death. I mean, even after I feed her, she'll sit in front of my room and stare at me. So, you know, she'll just sit there in the doorway staring at me. And she'll meow, you know, get my attention. And if she really doesn't like what I'm doing, she'll jump on me and claw me. She's a beast.
What does she look like?
She's all black. She got green eyes. Shadow.
Yeah, our cat, I named him Dusky. He's all black.
Ah,
and he's
yeah.
got,
you know,
he's got,
most
like,
cats have white on them or something, but this cat don't. She's black all the way through.
Yeah, my cat's all the way black too. Only his fur is, he's got this real thick. He's real, you know, Maine Coon cats. They have this really thick.
Well, maybe I got one too. She has the most beautiful eyes. You know, she's just a sweet little thing.
Yeah,
I
they
pet
have
her.
really pretty eyes.
She demands to be petted. She doesn't go, you know.
I know.
She gets right in my face and just starts, you know, meowing. She's always complaining. Jeez.
And they're very vocal too.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I was like, "What do you want from me?" I mean, I'll actually say that to her. She'll look at me like she
I have
understands.
another cat that's like that too, and he just comes in and he's just every night it's the same thing. He comes in.
Yeah.
He's saying, and I'm like, "What do you want? What do you want?" It's the same thing every single night, and I don't get up, but so I pick him up and I comb him and groom him or whatever, and he just I don't know. It's the same thing every night, but
yeah. That's cool. You know, when you can see her fur in the sunshine, though, you can see there's a tint of red to it.
yeah, same with my cat.
Yeah.
There's a reddish hue to it. It's kind of trippy.
So yeah. So how's everything going? Good. You know, I'm. Last week I was hurting. My tongue was really swollen. I was really worried, man. I was freaking out.
How long did it stay swollen for?
It's still kind of swollen, but it's gone down considerably. Because you know what I do? Not the food grade hydrogen peroxide, which I drink. The regular buy over the counter hydrogen peroxide.
Yeah.
I take a big swig of that and just let it sizzle. Let my tongue just sizzle. I mean, And so much white stuff comes out, it's unbelievable.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Oh,
and then I
yeah.
have to rinse with water. I can't swallow it or I'll throw up.
That's what the over-the-counter stuff is for. It's for debreeding. You know what debreeding is, right?
No, it sounds like a cell debreeding.
when you're in the hospital, if you're a burn victim,
Yeah.
they'll put hydrogen peroxide on your burns,
Mm-hmm.
and that chews up. It's very it's a very evasive. It chews the skin up.
Okay.
And
Well, you know, I mean,
debreeding is when they peel off the skin. Off of
yeah.
they're burnt. The skin has to get peeled off on a regular basis so it can generate new skin that's
Yeah.
that's not as scarred. Anyway, they use that for debreeding, and it's a very you shouldn't. I mean, you're also, it's acid, right? So it's not only is it on your tongue, but it's on your teeth.
Well, I don't. Yeah, I lost my teeth.
Oh, that's right. You don't have. Okay, then don't
Yeah.
worry about it.
I have to wear dentures.
But I mean,
I was ashamed of it at first, but
no,
best to be honest, you know.
I mean, everybody.
It breaks my heart.
Everybody in my family has dentures. I don't, but I should.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, I hated them at first, but it's better than walking around toothless, right? And I have to learn how to speak with them, and having a slightly swollen tongue doesn't help matters. But what happens...
swelling of the tongue, is this a symptom of your tumor? I mean, I don't understand.
I know.
That swollen tongue that's my first impression. A swollen tongue is allergic reaction to something.
Well, maybe because I'm taking like 30 supplements a day. I mean, I start my day out with nature of balance of nature. You get all your fruits and vegetables in 4 pills. And it's, been third-party tested and all that. It's really good. I saw it on a commercial on some show I watched. Dan Bongino. But anyways, I got that, and I'm taking ashwagandha. I'm taking lion's mane, ginger, berberine. I've researched all this stuff.
Okay.
Oil of oregano, black seed oil. Well, I take them throughout the day.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I think that you should take certain things at one time, then wait a couple hours and take some other things at another time.
Right.
Because one thing might be canceling out something.
Yes, that's what I try to do it. It's hard when you get. There were a few times where I had like 8 pills in my hand. I just threw them back, But I don't do that anymore. One got caught in my throat, and oh man, it was hell.
I can't take pills. I have the hardest time.
Well, the pipe that our food goes down is no bigger than the base of your baby finger. But the airway, the trachea is like huge. Yeah. And if you aspirate water, I have a hard time saying water. Water. Yeah. If you aspirate it, you can get pneumonia.
Right.
So, yeah.
Well, if you aspirate anything, you can get
your
pneumonia. Because you can't.
Yeah.
Unless you cough it up. But I mean.
Yeah, but I'm on the fenbendazole. I'm waiting for my ivermectin, and the reason why I'm telling you is because a lot of people are really interested and want to know if I'm okay. And I am okay, but I'm not okay because I freak out a lot. I start stinking thinking, and you can't do that.
I know you can't do that.
You can't do that.
Have you gone to a holistic?
Yeah, I called one. He wants $500 down just to see him. And he said that the prescriptions are expensive.
There must be other ones.
Well, everyone I called's got the same route, the same spiel. Okay, I'll make you an appointment. Would you want to come in? Okay, it'll be $400 to see me. And the scripts your insurance don't cover. I went, oh, great. But hey, if we get that $5,000 from Trump, I'm going to do it. I'm going to go. But I'm telling you, one thing that I think is good about this whole thing with Bobby Kennedy running the health is that he's going to open up newer avenues for cancer research because chemo and radiation is ridiculous.
Oh, it is ridiculous.
It's barbaric.
When you know that they have a cure, or maybe not an out-and-out cure, but they have things that you can take that don't make you sick and lose your hair. They do.
I know. It has to be. And then, the other thing is, like, they put me through every single test they could. Like, first I got, they used what do you call that, ultrasound, and put it over my lump and confirmed I had a lump. Well, you could already tell I had a lump, it was right there. But that was a waste of money, but they got paid for that. And then they sent me for a CAT scan. When, that came out, you couldn't find nothing. Then I went and got a PET test. Why not just send me straight to the PET test? That can see at the molecular level.
Exactly. I know, but that's how everything's about. It's just for money for these guys. They don't give a shit about you.
No, they don't. That's what I'm saying.
You waited and you waited and you waited and you waited for someone to call you back. I remember that.
Yeah. Yeah, and my doctor, was mad at me because I wouldn't go get traditional treatment. And I don't know. I last time I saw him was like 4 months ago.
Yeah, and then they put you on a blacklist or something. Where,
like, oh, well,
you're going against the grain, so they're,
that's
they're
right.
going to...
Yeah,
right.
And see, with doctors, there have been doctors that have lost their license just for giving someone an opinion on an alternative treatment.
Oh, that's so... Oh, my God.
I know. And Bobby Kennedy's going to stop that. That's got to be stopped. It's big pharma is what it is.
I know it.
With all these billions they're finding missing, it all makes sense now. If you're in the club, you get access to the cookie jar. But you have to toe the line. You see?
Which means doing bad things.
That's like doing whatever their big pharma and big this and big that tell them.
Right.
The mainstream media is owned and paid for. That's why they're all beat the same drum. And they're losing ratings like crazy. But they don't care. They're doubling down. They're just going to keep beating that I hate Trump. He's no good. Shit, he's going to send us all $5,000. That's pretty cool to me. Because I need it.
Say that. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, they're going to give 20% of the savings Doge has found back to the taxpayers because it's our money. And the Democrats are losing their minds over it. They don't give a shit about the people.
I didn't hear that before.
Yeah, it's going on right now. And they said that Trump is trying to get it through Congress. Now, all the Republicans are going to vote for it, and all the Democrats are going to vote against it, because that's just the way they are. They're just libtards. And there's nothing wrong with a liberal person. I mean, in a lot of ways, I'm a liberal person. But you gotta draw the line.
I'm logical. That's all I know. And whatever there's a party for being logical. I don't.
Yeah,
that's all, at least from Trump's mouth, you do hear him talk things that are, he comes right out and says, that guy's so and so is.
Well, yeah. I mean, everybody who believes the mainstream media thinks Trump's Hitler, Right. And they think Musk is the greedy man who wants all our information. He's got $400 billion. What does he need any of that shit for? I used to not like him. Now I do.
I do think it's strange that he's in there. But hey, you can't trust anybody else. I
think
I put him in there because you can't trust any of the other people. But then because he knows for sure that Elon isn't a person that's bought. Someone hasn't bought him. I mean, you'd take an awful lot of money to buy Elon Musk, right?
Oh, you can't.
Yeah.
That's.
So he is his own person, I guess. Maybe.
Yeah. Well, the guy asked him. One guy in an interview asked him. He said, "Aren't you worried about not getting sponsors?" And he said, "What? So that I have to do what they want me to? Go fuck yourself." That's exactly what he said. Go fuck yourself.
I don't understand.
You're gonna bribe me with money?
I don't understand how they didn't. Okay, because their MO is they just kill the people. If you don't do what they want, then you're
well,
die.
You see, how in Germany, they had some news reporter going on a mission with the police, the German police. They were hunting down people who wrote what they considered hate speech on social media and throwing them in jail. You see, because when they say, "Oh, well, we gotta just stamp out all the misinformation," and who gets to decide what's in misinformation? Them. So that's how totalitarianism begins. You know,
Right.
well, the First Amendment needs to be amended because they don't, you can't just talk crazy stuff. Yeah, you can. That's what the First Amendment wasn't written for good times. It was written for bad times.
Yeah.
And the Second Amendment was made to make sure the First Amendment stays in place.
Well, I mean, remember when we were younger? People said you could say all kinds of things, and people understood.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, you understood
But
when
we
somebody.
live in a literal world now.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, that's
literal. Paulie, I thought I saw it all until I was watching Sky News the other night, and I can't find that episode, but I wanted to record it because there was this really weird-looking priest, and his family came up for a blessing. I mean, this priest looked really weird. He looked like a woman with a beard. Anyways, the family had a human dog.
What?
Yeah. They were on a leash. They were pulling a human dog, and it sat up like a dog.
He identified as a dog. Is
Yeah.
that why?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's some new thing now. Like human dogs. Look it up. It's true.
Yeah, I
What
identify.
is going on, man? I guess it's easy to be lazy and just pretend you're a dog instead of going to work.
Oh my God. I mean, you can.
I thought I'd seen it all.
So that would be a disability? I mean,
I
the state
really
pay for somebody?
don't know because the person obviously had some kind of smarts because he crawled around on his hands, kind of like on his feet and hands, and then when they received the blessing, he sat up with his paws up in the air like a dog would beg, and he had a little dog hood on.
Oh my God.
That's I thought to myself, that's got to take the cake. I don't know if I've ever seen anything like that
Oh my
before.
God. I mean,
That's why I'm mad that I didn't record it. I wanted to share that with my subs, man. But
where did you see that?
on Sky News, I'm going to try to find it again. It was like 2 days ago,
That's outrageous.
Yeah.
Well, one thing that Trump did, what I love that Trump did was he said enough of this gender crap.
Oh,
Where there's
my
two
God,
sexes,
yes.
Male and female, that's it.
Yes. You know how many medals men took from women just last year?
I know.
It was like 600. It's crazy.
Yeah. Because it was okay for them to join women's professional sports or
And they
whatever.
say there's no difference. Well, then why don't women that become men excel at male sports? They don't.
Right.
They can't. We're
There's
two
definitely
different
a difference.
genders, man. That's why we were made to
Men are
procreate.
always stronger. Even
If
the
everybody-
weakest man is stronger than a strong woman.
If everybody in the world was gay, which I have nothing against gay folks, hey, what they do in the bedroom is none of my business. But don't wave your flag down Main Street. I like to suck peanuts. You got to tell the whole world.
Or expect me to talk the way and
Yeah.
use terms that you like.
Oh, are you familiar with Dave Chappelle?
Yes.
Oh my God, that guy is so funny. He's got a skit, and I want you to search it when the show is over or when you get a chance. It's called Dave Chappelle Alphabet People. It's one of the funniest skits I've ever
Alphabet
seen.
People?
Yeah, Alphabet People.
Okay.
Yeah. What are they called? LG. They took 20% of the alphabet for themselves. Yeah.
Something or other.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like, you think it's one movement, but it's not. They're all in their own individual movement. They're just riding in the same car together.
Yeah.
He said, my guess is the gay guy is driving. He's got to be white. We know these roads. We built these roads. The way he says it is pretty funny. And he said, what if I was a Chinese born in this, black body? I started walking around making that face. This is how I feel inside.
I mean, is it okay? What if I identify as a what if I'm a white woman?
Yeah.
But I identify as a an Amazonian
yeah,
tribal.
Exactly. And you start wearing their dress and kind of doing little dances around the yard. Go shopping like that. Yeah, that would be funny. Wear these dresses like they did in Atlantis.
With no top or anything.
Yeah. Look at that outfit. That's a nice one. That's a nice one. Look at them shoes. Love the hairdo, hon. Yeah. Just happened to be showing pictures of it. Yeah, that's what they think people looked like from Atlantis. I have a brand new recording about Atlantis.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. I found it in the public domain. I'm going to release it. I don't know when. Maybe I'll play it tonight. I was going to do one on, I didn't really mean to fall into the electric universe cavern, but I just did. And I was cool with it because it's always interesting to me. I mean, they make every point. When you watch those videos and they connect all those dots, how in the world can it possibly?
There's too many dots connected.
It's just too many. It's just too much proof.
All the pieces of the puzzle are all put together.
They're all there, and they can explain everything. Mainstream cosmology cannot explain black holes.
I was wondering
they
about
call it some twisted magnetic field.
How is the EU movement doing? I mean, since they're both gone now.
Well, I haven't heard about Dave Talbot.
Slowed down some.
I'm sure they have. Yeah, his son. I see his son makes videos, and I still watch the Masters. I can't get enough of those guys. They're just every time I watch it, I learn something. And it sticks with you, especially after you've watched it 5 times. But, it has a way of drilling into your head, And there's one thing that I wonder, though. What kind of damage? They're saying that America is like one of the sickest countries in the world, even though more money gets spent on each patient than any other country. We're still the sickest, one of the sickest. I wonder how much of that can be attributed to man-made electricity. Because I think that might play a role too.
A lot of it, and a lot of it.
Yeah.
And
like G5 and all that shit running through us all the time.
And have you considered, have you considered where's your Wi-Fi, and where's the placement, where you are and where is it?
It's in the living room, and I have an Ethernet cord coming through into my room, connecting to my internet.
Okay, so you're not that far.
No, but I'm grounded. Every day I spend at home. I spend grounded.
How close are you to your electrical meter?
It's in the back of the house.
So it's not okay.
No,
so it's not.
No, my son's room is right next to it, but we put up mesh, EMF mesh.
Okay.
Like 3 freaking rows of it, just to be sure. I guess you can buy cages for those things. I know that stuff can be very damaging because that's radiation. That's what radiation is, electricity.
And people are talking we're talking about. Not to change the subject, but talking about like the fires. The really bad. These
No, I don't care. We can go anywhere you want. Yeah, the fires. That's
people, it's laser.
Okay.
No, it's microwave. They're
using
microwave
yes,
technology.
I've got a theory on that.
You can't see that.
Yep. Go ahead. I'll let you talk.
No, it's okay. It's microwave technology, I think. But then again, I've seen those videos where they were shining a laser and it wouldn't hurt. It couldn't penetrate the color blue lasers, or the certain laser that the guy was using. It wasn't. He was showing different.
What was he using, a laser to start a fire?
Yeah, a laser could start. It would burn up. Burn up, like, because he had the colors on paper, and it would. Some of the color red would instantaneously just ignite, and green wasn't so fast to ignite. But I mean, blue, nothing happened. It just the laser was just bam on it, and nothing happened. Nothing got hot. Nothing got, and so that does.
Well, I think that it's possible that they're testing some kind of weapon in space, because if you remember right, just a couple of years ago, Hawaii was devastated.
Right.
But the super rich on the coast didn't get touched. It was only the regular folks.
Right.
They gave them $700 and a one-way ticket to the mainland.
There's a whole bunch of like in the Pacific Palisades, it's right next to the ocean, and all these houses went up, except I forget this one actor, somebody famous. It was somebody famous. I don't know if they're in politics, but their house was completely just everything perfect, and everything else around it completely burned. Except
Mel Gibson maybe
wasn't hurt. And somebody famous.
Mel Gibson?
No, his house burned. Oh yeah, they're going to burn his house.
Yeah, I saw on Rogan. He was said, "I'm probably going to go home to a burned out house." But that guy, that governor, is just a freaking idiot. He's a flaming idiot.
He's bought.
Yeah, his career's over. And so is that mayor, and so is Kamala Harris. We don't ever have to worry about seeing her again.
I never even heard of her until she was vice president. I mean,
I know, right? I mean, she was the first one that dropped out of the 2020 presidential election when Tulsi Gabbard shot her down. And Gabbard could have been a superstar in the Democratic Party. But she didn't go along with the flow. She said, no, this isn't right. She had morals. Couldn't buy her. That's why Trump took her. And, I was really, when I heard about it, when she quit the Democratic Party, and, they somehow got her out of Congress, but she was doing little shows, like Megyn Kelly. I like to watch her show. She's pretty good. And Bill O'Reilly, stuff like that. But, she's a straight shooter. I see her
Are you talking about
Tulsi Gabbard from Hawaii. I see her. Tulsi Gabbard.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought you were talking about Kamala Harris. I'm like,
no. Tulsi Gabbard blew Kamala Harris's doors off. That's what I said.
Oh, okay. Oh, cool.
Yeah, but anyway, I see the first female president in her. She could pull it off. That's how much. That's how much I think of it.
I don't understand why they have allowed Trump to be in there.
Oh my God! What are you talking about? President Trump is doing great. What are you? Are you against Trump? Huh?
Why did they allow him in there?
Dude, they tried everything they could think of. They tried to sue him into bankruptcy. They tried to put him in jail. They tried to kill him.
Yeah, but they could succeed in that. All they need to do is get within a mile of his house and just turn on their machine and give him.
Oh, of course, but man, if that happened, you'd see a revolt like you ain't seen before. That can't happen, and they know that. Now, is someone still probably going to try to kill him? I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. I would be careful.
Every day he must get.
Oh, the Democrats just can't stand him. And you know what? They just keep beating the same stupid dead horse all the time, Hitler, all this. Look at it, you're stealing our money. What, you stealing the money that you were getting? Could you tell me this? AOC, that girl she's a congresswoman that used to be a waitress or something. She's been in Congress 6 years and is worth $9 million. Tell me how that can happen. making 150 grand a year. And how about Ilhan Omar, the Somali congresswoman? How about her? She's been in Congress for 8 years. Somehow she got elected to Congress. That must say a lot for the 5th District of Minnesota. They must be all Somalis. Well, they put her in Congress. She's got 87 million bucks in the bank.
Oh my God!
This is where that fraud money is going to. It's going to these people.
Have you seen the list that Elon came out with? The list of people that Social Security.
Oh my God! Yeah, somebody was 360 years old. That's longer than the Republic. How the hell? I can't.
These are names that people have stolen, right? Identities.
Yes,
they've stolen.
Something. There's 6 million people that are over 130. I doubt it.
See, yeah, those are all stolen identities.
Yeah, or that, you know what happened? Or the person died and they just never reported it and they just kept collecting the check because they didn't have anything else. I don't know. It's just a.
I mean, you think the algorithm by now would be, they'd find all that shit.
But how about giving $50 million or $500 million worth of condoms for Africa? I'm sure, You see that they know how to play the system. Once they get in, they're like, hey, yeah, you play ball, we'll see to it that you get your trip to the cookie jar.
I still don't understand how we can generate this much money.
I know, because they just print it off like mad, just printing it every day.
Yeah, but how the American people?
I know.
How.
I know.
I mean, if you could take the amount of people that are actually working,
yeah,
and even the people that are making a lot of money and they give up a lot of money in their taxes.
Do you know how much taxes Elon Musk paid last year?
I can't imagine.
$11 billion. He was the highest paying taxpayer in U.S. history.
Wow.
Yeah. So yeah, he's paying his share, but. I mean, I just think Trump he wants to leave a legacy. He knows he's close to the end of the road, and he wants his country. I really believe with all my heart that he's got nothing but his country's best interest at heart.
Well, his reverse speeches definitely say that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just authentic. All
his reverse speeches.
I know he yaps a lot. You could find a better way to say things sometimes, but he is who he is.
I like the way he's just to the point.
He speaks his mind.
He doesn't go around the bush, and he does it on purpose.
He's funny too.
People can't, say this or that or what. This is what he meant. That he says it like this is what I mean. So.
Well, I didn't want to see Harrison there because I know she's weak. She would have just took orders from above, just like Biden did. And that, look at the predicament we were in. 12 million illegals on Social Security, on welfare or food stamp. That's just going to be.
Yeah, and it's their fault that we have that they let all these illegal aliens in, right?
They did it on purpose.
Yeah.
It's just like I was going to say about Hawaii. You notice the regular folks like us got wiped out, but the super rich got to stay. Now, instead of rebuilding there, they just want it to be their own little personal paradise. And I see them doing the same thing in California. Same damn thing.
Well, they say that it's because they want LA to be a smart city.
Yeah.
And so they have to, but
well,
I don't know. I don't know, but whenever there's a big fire like that, when it comes around, and of course it's going to rain, and there's always going to be a flood. It's always going to flood after that kind of a culling of vegetation.
Oh yeah.
There's always going to be a flood. Of course, LA, the rains came and they got flooded out. And
yeah.
That always happens with that. Always happens. And they have a lot of mudslides and stuff now going on.
I heard a saying that was pretty profound. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah.
The proper function of a man is to live, not to exist. I shall not waste my days just to prolong them. I shall use my time. Pretty good, huh?
That is very good.
Yeah.
Because, yeah.
Yeah. I'm working on a little show. I'm calling it From JFK to Trump, because it is my belief that ever since JFK was killed, that this country has been owned by other entities other than the president. And every president since him, LBJ, Nixon, Ford, maybe a little bit with not Carter, but they could still control him because he was alone. Bill Clinton, all of them have been corrupt. Barack Obama was created. He was created in 2004 when they announced him as the next greatest thing.
I've never heard of him.
His real name was Barry Soetoro.
Right.
They found out now that his birth certificate saying he was born in Hawaii is forged. They proved there's 21 points of forgery. He was born in Kenya.
Yeah.
So the birthers were right. And did you hear the one about Michelle? They call her Big Mike.
I've heard a little bit, but I mean, all I've seen is just a picture of them, and she's got her hair is long.
Well, yeah. Well, I saw a picture of them together in the '70s, and it was a dude.
Oh yeah, I saw.
And
I saw
then all of a sudden she had hair, but it looked like the same dude.
Yeah.
And then Candace Owens, I don't know if you know who she is.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I like her show. She tells it like it is, Unfortunately, mostly she just engages in gossip, which I don't find interesting. But when she was on Kamala Harris, I was watching the shit out of that. But she's busted Macron's wife as being a man, too. What's her name? I can't. Brigitte.
I don't know, but I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, when they met, he was 39 because he had fathered a family, 2 kids, and Macron was 14. So she was basically, having sex with a minor, and probably she was the poop pusher,
Yeah.
Yeah. Crazy, man. I mean, it's just crazy. They say that Zelensky's gay. I mean, there's so many freaking people that are turning up gay. And there's nothing wrong with gay people, mind you. I love them. I mean, I have a couple gay friends. We just don't talk about it, But it's just so many people now that are like that. It's just like an explosion.
Yeah, which is...
Is there something in the food?
I mean, I was thinking about that too. It's the way the society is so corrupted.
Oh yeah.
I mean, people don't know who they are, and that's that's how they want it to be. I mean, that's why they started the women's lib thing. Gloria Steinem, get a job and you can be like a man and blah 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 blah. And that was the downfall of the family.
Did you hear about the? Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I have a tendency to interrupt because I can't wait to get it out or I forget. But anyways, did you hear about the study with Tony frogs? They were just giving them like even lower than EPA standards of this chemical that they spray on crops. It's called artazone or something like that. And they just put the frogs in an environment with less than the EPA standards. And half of the frogs turned female.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So maybe it's in something we're eating.
Why it's like, let's take a cue from other countries that ban the stuff they put in our food is banned in other countries.
Exactly. Well, that's what Bobby's for.
Why are they allowed to do this?
Not anymore. Bobby's putting an end to that shit.
None of the people, none of us are okay with it.
Yeah.
And so what do? You go, well, I won't eat that food. You're running out of food to eat.
Yeah. Well, you got to eat organic, and then you can't even really trust it.
Organic still. They say they can put anything organic. You know why? Because it's if it comes from the earth, they can say it's organic.
I rinse the shit out of everything.
Oh yeah, I wash all my stuff off too, and I peel if it has a peeling on it. I used to like to eat apple peels and that kind, but you can't anymore. I mean, I haven't done that in ages. I peel all that stuff off. any kind of peeling.
You know, I remember when I was a kid, rhubarb just grew like everywhere. You could just pull off a stalk of rhubarb and start eating it. You know,
Rhubarb is poisonous if you don't cook it, right? I thought.
Oh, we used to eat it raw. I don't know.
I used to pick it from my grandmother, but she told me don't eat it. Make sure you don't eat any of it. Don't eat it.
Wow, that's
Just
crazy.
bring it to me.
I always liked the taste of it. I'd eat it like a celery stalk. You know, I mean, I wasn't crazy about it or nothing. But
I mean, it's like sour celery or something.
yeah, then remember garter snakes? Garter snakes used to be everywhere. Now you can't find one. They're gone.
What?
Garter snakes, you know?
We used to have one in our yard a long time ago.
Yeah. You don't see garden snakes no more.
And they mimic rattlesnakes in their behavior, like they.
Oh yeah. I used to catch them as a kid and keep them for pets. You know.
Yeah, my husband, he likes snakes, and we've had a couple of.
Yeah.
We've had boa constrictors and all kinds of
Oh
stuff.
jeez, man! It's like that family, that boa constrictor. The guy came home and found his 2-year-old was the snake was in his 2-year-old's bedroom, and it had his 2-year-old inside of him, digesting him.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
He ate the child.
Yeah.
You know what? I mean, it's terrible. It's a terrible thing. But that man was not feeding his snake. If the snake has food, he's not hungry, and he doesn't go out hunting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, you know, the Florida Everglades are just full of boa constrictors and pythons.
Yeah, people get them and they let them go, or they get out.
Wonder what an alligator would do if it ran into a python. Which one do you think would win?
The alligator.
Yeah, unless that python got around him, then it would be over.
Yeah, if the python gets around him. Well, yeah. The python probably.
But you know, in Florida, you know, you can just be sitting in your backyard and you'll see some 11-foot alligator sitting there. No thanks, I don't want to see that.
My sister lived in Florida. I went to visit her, and she lived in these apartments, and there was, I guess, something like it was like a glade or whatever.
Yeah.
Or like, you know what, like about maybe, I don't know, 100 yards from her house, and I don't know, you could see him walk. I could see him walking around over there.
Yeah.
And one of them was really big. I'm like, Julie, do they come up? She's a couple of times that, you know, they've come up. You know, she's out her back door, her sliding glass door. You know, they're, you know, okay, fine, but why would you?
I know.
Florida was awful. Florida was an awful place.
I wonder where Andy is. I'm surprised I haven't heard from him.
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna leave him a message.
Do you ever call him on the phone anymore? Do you ever talk to him? Call him on the phone?
Oh well, yeah. We've just been missing each other lately. You know, I was down for a while. Grouch is typing right now, so he's on. Come chat in hall. He'll probably be here.
Come on. Tell him to come on. I want to say hi to him.
Yeah, I will. I'll tell him that. What'd you ask me again?
What did I ask you?
You asked me something, and I was going to reply, but
I don't know. I don't know what. I don't know. What was it? About Grouch? I was just wondering about.
Oh, okay. I said, Paulie says come chat. Yes, all okay, just had grandkids all weekend. Ah, that's why we've been missing each other. Yeah. Well, I was down for, you know, Andy's my brother from another mother. I don't know, you know, we just clicked right away, you know. He listens to books with me. He keeps me company when I'm building my video. You know, he's just a great guy. I mean, and I don't even know him. I mean, we never even met.
I know.
One of these days,
that's so cool, though. I mean, he lives all the way over there. It's just really cool.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and you live in California, and Shockwave lives in Toronto, and I know that Neil lives in Canada too, and Ted lives in Texas.
Yeah.
You know, and Ted, he's just been a sweetheart to me, man. He helped me a lot. Yeah, he's a good guy. Yeah.
What's he been doing?
Working on his Ganymede hypothesis. He wants to do an update show with me. I said, sure, why not? We'll do one.
He's still working on that? I mean,
well, that's his life's work, you know. I mean, he's really put a lot into it. If you go to his website, Bear for Break.
Talk about that. I wonder what he's added to it, or
If you go to his website, bearfabrique.com, I don't know why he spelled it that way. It just did. Because, you know, he's a pretty smart guy. Bearfabrique.com, man, he's got so much stuff there to read about. Secret Space Program. He's into a lot of stuff. But Ganymede hypothesis.
If he made videos about that and then, you know, and posted videos,
yeah,
a lot more people would listen to it.
Yes, I think so. Yeah, he needs to make. I told him that you need to get busy, start making some videos. You got people that like it. He's got a bunch of Facebook pages, and you know, Ted's an intellectual. So you know, he's always
obviously. I think he's on the spectrum somewhere.
Yeah,
I think
really?
He is.
Well,
I think he is. Yeah,
well,
he's a little bit too. I mean, I'm not saying that he's not a balanced person, but I'm just saying he's really hyper focused, I guess is
yes,
what I want to say.
he comes across sometimes as being smug, but that's not the way he intends for it to come out. That's just the way it sounds. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I guess he gets real serious when he's talking about
Oh
stuff.
yeah, he does.
I don't ever heard him laugh or laugh at anything.
Oh, I know. Yeah, Ted. He's focused.
Have you
You're
heard him
right.
laugh?
Super
Does he
laser.
laugh?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay, that's good because
Yeah. Yeah. No, he's been so good to me. He sent me a laptop. It was MX Linux and a pain in the ass, but every
he
time.
sent you a laptop.
Yeah, he sent me just out of the blue, something here. You know, and I was like, wow, man, I can't believe this. And I opened it up, turned it on. It was MX Linux, and I said, Ted, this thing's Greek. I don't get this.
It's
and
in
he said,
Linux.
You know, so I had to learn from, you know, scratch up, bottom up, and it wasn't much. I couldn't wait to get my new computer, which Ted picked out on eBay. He found it for me for $200, and it's like a brand new $1,000 computer.
See, I used to do that for people. In those were days I used to just because I could, I would buy computers or whatever.
I was just super depressed when I lost my computer. I thought that was it, but I hired this guy. He calls himself Nerd Computerware or something. He works out of his house, man. That guy did such a super job. When I turned on my new computer, it was just like turning on my old one. Everything was there. It was crazy.
Oh, he set it up for you?
Yeah.
He had him set it up for you?
Yeah. And,
so yeah.
You know, he sucked the dead one off and put it on the new one. You know, however they do that. You know, I don't know. Some hard drive thing.
They let Windows do that. They just put the hard drives up there, and then they say, Windows, you know, take all the stuff that's off of here and set it up. I mean, it's really easy to do. It's not like he had a lot of brains to do that. It's real simple.
Yeah,
it's an option.
for me.
All the operating system, you get the options. You want to do it like this. You want to do it like that. You want to take. You want to take a desktop from another system and
Atrazine.
And that's what
right.
you do.
I'm sorry, Paul. Atrazine. You're right. It's surreal now.
But I mean, but you know, some of those things, well, people just don't. You know, some people know they don't want to be bothered with it, so it's worth it to them to have somebody else do it for them.
Yeah, Jess said Judy Wood has a book about directed energy weapons in September 11th. It's Where Did the Towers Go? I saw her presentation. It was quite compelling. Quite compelling.
I did too. Yes, it was.
A subscriber that's no longer with me sent me the book. And it was nice of her, you know.
Oh, that was very nice.
And then she left me. I always grieve when I lose somebody, because people come and go, you know. You'll see a few of the same names, but...
Yeah, you wonder...
People come and go.
If they're okay or if something's happened.
I know, yeah, right, and I have no way of getting a hold of them. But, you know, I'm just trying to pick up my game a little bit, because I know for a while I've been lazy. It's just, my mind has been so occupied and tortured. You know, I can't let that happen. I have to stay on top of that shit.
Do you see now though? Your worst fears have been created. You were so worried.
Oh, I still am.
Right.
Because what if I made the wrong decision and it kills me? I know. It's
no,
very
but
possible. But I'm sticking to my guns.
The very thing that you're afraid of is everything that I've said that wouldn't happen. Like I won't live like this, or I won't allow that to be. All these things. So I live with it, and now I live the way I said I never would. I allowed things I said I would never allow. It just, it's.
You're welcome. Dark and Black Blade. He sounds like a heavy metal band.
Some of the music I liked. You played in. Let's see.
Yeah.
I was watching the video. I didn't come in till
Electric Universe.
I didn't think that you were on. I didn't think that you'd be on tonight for some reason. So I just kind of was doing stuff. I'm making a quilt, so I was doing that. And
yeah. Well, I'm glad. Glad you came on.
Come in. Oh yeah, and I saw that you were live, but you had been on for 103 minutes already. So I'm like, oh, so I'm gonna miss the whole thing. He's gonna finish now. He's not gonna.
No. I usually go for 5+ hours. A good show.
Right, but I mean, I wasn't expecting you to go that long because you have been.
Yeah.
You haven't. Just kind of trying to make sure that you get enough rest, because you really should make sure you're getting enough rest.
Right, and last night I didn't sleep very well at all, and it was just one of those nights. Thank you, Jess. Sometimes I do have those nights, and then other times I'll sleep for 12 hours. That's what I like. I like sleeping 12 hours because when I wake up, I feel good. But we get up every day and go to the gym, and I'm not gonna turn into one of those people that looks like a a starvation victim or something. I'm staying in shape. If the shit takes me down, it's going to take me down rocking and socking.
I mean, if it takes you down, it's taking you down in a psychological way first. And that's what if you still have the stamina to want to go to go to the gym, maybe you don't want to, but you go and you do it.
You have to.
And you can do a workout.
Yeah.
That says a lot.
Yes, and plus we're going to the batting cages 3 times a week. That's taking about 100 swings. That's pretty good.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah, and then we go bowling. We bowl 3 games. So, we stay pretty busy during the day.
Yeah, that's really important.
Yeah, but I have a resource problem, so we only can do it when we can afford it. And the closer it gets to the end of the month, the less we do. But that's just the way it is,
Well, that's how it is with almost everyone I know anyway.
Yeah. Greg,
if they owe you money, if you don't get it from them at the first of the month, you're not going to get it from them.
That was a beautiful thing to say, Dak, and thank you. That was really nice. I don't get I don't get a lot of time to chat with the chatters because I'm trying to put out material, and make sure everything's going good.
Right. Well, I've told you before. I mean, if I know that you're going to have a show, and many times I've got online and I've waited, check it, wait, maybe you're going to come on, and I don't know.
You ran out of patience on me.
And
I understand.
Check your community. The community thing. Sometimes you write things in there like, well, I'm going to have a show like you used to.
Yes. Yeah, then, I should do that more often.
They would come and you wouldn't have the show, and you wouldn't say, "Well, I'm not having the show tonight. I'm sorry," whatever. But I would wait. And
I'm a spontaneous procrastinator.
That's a double entendre, right?
That's what I am. A spontaneous. What did I say?
That's a good one.
Procrastinator. Yeah.
I never heard that before, and that's excellent.
Hey, what do you think? I play a video. We've still kept on the folks. We got 49, so that's a good thing. Maybe I should go play a quick video, huh?
Yeah, why don't you play the one that you said that earlier you said you might put it on, the one about Atlantis?
Oh, Atlantis?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got that. Yeah, I'm.
Is it too long, or is it?
It's an hour long.
Oh, that's.
I just have the audio. I don't, I recorded it from an audio book that's in the Internet Archives, so it's in the public domain. I just, sometimes my idea of the public domain and YouTube's idea of the public domain aren't always matches, because I've gotten strikes before. But I have to say, they've really laid off me for the last year. They were hard on me. I was rolling with 2 strikes quite a few times. If I got one more, I lost my channel.
I think if your channel, if you get more people, you know, the more people that you have watching, I think there's a certain amount of people that trips their thing. Then they start watching you, making sure that you're, or whatever, they have the algorithm, bust you or whatever. They,
well,
as long as you're under a certain amount of people, they don't care.
Well, they've given me strikes before, but this is the thing, I mean, if anybody's being shadow banned, it's me. I've been doing this for almost 8 years now, and I have 16. I love my. I have so what? I have 16,000. I don't have 100 grand, but so what? I'm still having a great time.
You have 16,000 people that have watched it. What?
Subscribers. I have 16,000.
You're kidding me.
That's good, isn't it? I think so.
That's very good. It's. I'm surprised that you don't have more people.
I know, because YouTube.
Well, I tell you what. I have to go back almost. I have to remember to do it, where I have to click on the bell a couple of times, and it still doesn't show when it doesn't. Your name, I mean, you're in my list of that I'm subscribed to, but you never pop up as having a video. You never have. It never shows you with the live video. It never shows you nothing on my thing every single time.
Wow.
So that's why I never know.
I'm subscribed to myself on my phone with a different account, as you know, and I always get the notices. Greg J's going live. I'm like, oh wow, Greg J's going live. That's me.
I never get see it. Maybe that's the problem too. I don't come as much because I don't know.
Well, it's good that you're here. I'm glad to get a chance to talk to you. Let's go to a video. I'm going to play a song, actually. And then we're going to go to a video. I don't know. I'll find one. Hold on a second here. All right, I'll talk to you a little bit later.
Just so you know, proto means original or primitive. And the Milky Way is who knows how old. No, it could never be a quasar again. At least I don't think so. That would be like people revert. Good evening. Guten Abend. All right, thank you for joining me. It's been a while. I've been busy. A busy little beaver. Okay, here we go.
Shadows begin to fall. I'm thinking again. The more I've learned, the less I know. White is black, black is snow. Yeah, I feel like a fool. Everyone will accuse you what they do.
I'll play the Atlantis thing after the song.
These galaxies do not fit the elliptical or spiral classification. They typically have no distinct shape. An example of irregular galaxies would be the Large and Small Magellanic Clouds.
Is that better? I hope.
Galaxy shapes. A, be a tightly wound arm and large bright nucleus. C, loosely wound arms and a small dim nucleus. E7, very elongated elliptical. EO, a round elliptical. IRR, irregular galaxy. S, a normal spiral. SB, a barred spiral. And SO, are flat disks that do not have spiral arms. Halton Arp says the redshift quantization in quasars is a reflection of the density hierarchy in the whole universe. It's an unbounded universe. It's intrinsic to age. Quasars slow down and gain mass over time. Halton says we don't know what's going on out there.
These are all just rough estimates on my part.
Believe it or not, it's a famous book.
This mysterious engine
called
where the stuff is
The Dweller
created.
of Two
We can maybe
Worlds.
talk about that informally.
It's a classic.
That density is very high. So the new particles are in that environment, and they're gaining mass from their environment very rapidly. When they step out of the nucleus, they go into a different, much lower density environment, into the bulbs of the galaxy. And then if they come out in the plane, they go out here. If they come out along the axis, they drop down here. These are enormous drops in density from 5 in the log or something like that. And then finally, when they break out of the local group, they take another stop down, and out of the local supercluster, they take another drop down. This means that these particle masses will be gaining mass very rapidly, and the redshift will be dropping very rapidly on one of these steps, and then it levels off, and then it goes to another step and it drops. And there are just about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 drops, and there are 6 major quantization levels. So what we're suggesting is that maybe this redshift quantization that we're seeing in the quasars is a reflection of the density hierarchy in the whole universe. And of course, it's an unbounded universe. We don't know what's going on out there. Okay, one final pretty picture. This is NGC 1097. This is a whole run I had on the 4-meter telescope in Cerro Tololo, and we got these beautiful jets coming out here, and everybody admits that they're extremely mysterious, and nobody knows what they are, but they managed to stay away from investigating them. But because of a friend who does have access to the big telescopes now. We're now starting a project where we're going to observe this object and some of the ones in here. And this is really kind of a discovery astronomy, and that is, this might turn out to be a pure Bremsstrahlung, featureless spectrum, synchrotron emission, plasma, a young galaxy that hadn't even formed atoms yet, or it might turn out to have a huge redshift, 4 or 5, and then would be a spectacular confirmation. I don't know. The observations are about a month away from being done. We'll have to see. Oh, there's one more thing I want to show. Yeah, it's that crummy drawing that I made. Because this finally I've come to something that really pertains to what this conference is about. And I want to just point out and provoke people and so forth and say that what I think is happening here is that you have a galaxy and an active nucleus, and it throws out one of these low mass plasmas, which is the quasar, in the beginning of the quasar. And there's some sort of magnetic field in the center of this galaxy, or in the center of the nucleus. It's probably tangled. You don't care what the form of that is, because it's stretched out. The magnetic field lines are stretched out this way. Now, this quasar obviously breaks out of this magnetic cocoon, or whatever it is. And at that stage, I would think that it's a plasma, but not a net charge. In other words, you've just vaporized the material, or you're going in the opposite direction, so that the pluses and minus equal, so there's no net charge. However, they're swinging around and emitting all this X-ray and Bremsstrahlung and so forth. As time goes on and they cool, the electrons go into orbit around the protons. That's not a smiling face. That's supposed to be a primeval hydrogen atom. And it's beginning to form atoms and molecules and stars. And this is the progression into a companion, into a new galaxy. And here, I want to emphasize this, because I think this is of interest to this group. There is something known about the magnetic fields in galaxies. And for instance, the Japanese astronomer Sofue and some others have done polarization work in the spiral arms, and they find that the magnetic field lines run out this way and then back this way, in one direction on the outside and the other direction on the inside. And what I think is happening here is that these same ejections that are coming out as quasars along the minor axis come out in the disk of the galaxy, and they drag the material out with it. And they form these sort of flux tubes in which there's some material, ionized material of the galaxy, which then is constrained, or maybe even there's pinch activity, and they form these characteristic young stars along the galaxy spiral arms. And so what I'm trying to say is I think there's a unified phenomenon here of ejection from these nuclei, forming quasars, new galaxies out this way, and pulling out material of the old galaxy, forming these new stars and so forth. And that I would suggest this as a sort of a mechanism for understanding galaxies, evolution of galaxies, birth of galaxies, and so forth.
I very clearly remember, though, about 5 years ago when I was reading on the internet and discovered the electric universe theory. And this brought it all back to me. This brought back the joy of science and exploration. It was no longer the science of the advanced mathematics that no one else can understand. Instead, it brought it back to the science that creates this modern world. It's the electromagnetism that we know about in our motors and generators and oscillators, transmitters, receivers. All the things that have created our modern world are incorporated into the electric universe theory.
So I suppose if you really want to know what your whole address is, it would be your address, your state, or your country, and the planet Earth. Which belongs to the solar system. Which belongs to our stellar neighborhood. which belongs to the Milky Way galaxy, which belongs to the local group, of a supercluster named Laniakea, which belongs to the universe. And after that, your guess is as good as mine. But it is fun to speculate. Astronomers say that the Big Bang happened some 13.8 billion years ago, but the Hubble telescope is finding spiral galaxies that are 11 billion light years away, according to their measurements. The Big Bang dictates redshift as an indicator of distance. With a redshift of 2.8, it would be impossible to have formed a spiral galaxy so far away. The further away you look, the further you're looking back. Now, ARP found high redshift objects in front of, attached to, and inside of low redshift objectives. Now, mainstream science, what they did to get out of that was they misrepresented the observations and then disproved the misrepresented data and celebrated. Scientists of the EU, they adopt ARP's observation of intrinsic redshift. Standard model imagines quasars trillions of times larger than our sun, with water around them trillions of times more water than our oceans. Now, galaxies, usually spirals, will go active and build up like a capacitor, release quasars at their poles, or the nucleus, which instead of a hypothesized black hole, there is a plasmoid. Now, Anthony Peratt studied plasma formations for many years, and he discovered that galaxies, rather than being gas and dust, are plasma formations with magnetic fields produced by electric currents. The same electric force that is responsible for the redshift will also give rise to its features. Plasma is confined by magnetic fields. Electricity and plasma form all of the galaxies and structures in the universe. Nice week.
Makes sense to me.
The galaxy has long magnetic field lines that cocoon the quasar that is shot from the galaxy core, the plasmoid at the galaxy core. Eventually, it breaks out, which sounds familiar with Earth and Saturn and the Herbig Haro. A lot of cocoons in space. Anyway, it begins to gain atoms. Now, they've got all this glorified kerfluffles that have no bearing to reality. Who wants reality, right? Better to close our eyes and imagine gigantic nothingness. As long as we can use words like black hole and quantum, time travel, string theory, inflation, dark this and dark that. What's worse is most people buy it. Just go look at a mainstream cosmology video. The views are in the millions, and it doesn't take long. People are interested, but we're like the backwater. They gotta stumble over us until they find the truth. And like Winston Churchill said about the truth, man, you're lucky to get 100,000. What is wrong with this picture? Meanwhile, over half the population feels lost with no direction. Doctors treat them with chemicals. Everything about man is warped, backwards, upside down. We haven't changed much really at all since the catastrophe. But it's not the people. It is the mainframe. It's defunct. I've loved science all my life, but I was skeptical of many things, especially in cosmology, my favorite subject. And when you find out the area of discovery, we seem to want to and use it against them. It doesn't say a lot for them. Yeah, but to put life on it. Mysterious radio bursts are buzzing Earth with an unusual rhythm. Mysterious fast radio bursts, known as FRBs, on the other side of the cosmos, has been pinging our telescopes with a strange cadence. It's probably not aliens, says astronomers. The USA Today reports telescopes in the European VLB network helped to pinpoint the location of the repeating signal in 2019. Fast radio bursts, strange, sometimes repeating signals from the other side of the cosmos, remain one of the universe's great mysteries. Detectors on Earth pick up these signals, and then in a flash, they're gone forever. And astronomers aren't sure where they come from. But as the amount of radio bursts discovered continue to stack up, astronomers are beginning to discover more and more about them. The fast radio burst FRB 180916.J0158+65, discovered in 2018 and pinpointed to a spiral galaxy approximately 500 million light years away, was examined over a period of 13 months and found to repeat with a highly regular rhythm. The first time astronomers have seen a deep space signal act in such a way. In a new paper published on the preprint server ARXIV and yet to be peer-reviewed, scientists working with the Canadian Hydrogen Intensity Mapping Experiment Fast Radio Burst CHIME FRB project describe a process of listening to the burst between September 2018 and October 2019 using the huge ground-based CHIME telescope situated in British Columbia, Canada. Researchers detected the deep space signals with a startling regularity. Over 4 days, they detected the fast bursts every hour or so, before the signals suddenly stopped. Then, after 12 days of silence, they'd kick back up again, pinging the CHIME telescope. The first FRB was discovered in 2007, but in recent years, new telescopes and in greater interest have seen a motherlode of FRBs discovered. Many of these ultra-powerful radio signals do not repeat. We hear them and they disappear. A small proportion do continue to buzz Earth. In 2019, the CHIME collaboration discovered a new set of 8 repeating bursts for follow-up analysis. It's hoped by studying the repeating bursts, astronomers will be able to shed light on these mysterious signals. And I know what you're thinking, but you can stop right now. It's very, very unlikely to be aliens, says Adam Deller, an astrophysicist. Well, that's his first mistake. At Swinburne University of Technology, aptly named, said, I think in all likelihood we'll work out a natural explanation for these events, but I like to keep an open mind and follow wherever the evidence leads me. I should have a laughing track there. When do they ever follow the evidence? And this was published February the 11th. Now they're saying there has been an update that has transpired on this astronomical mystery deepens after fast radio bursts detected from unknown source. Image of the host galaxy FRB 180916 Center acquired with the 8-meter Gemini North Telescope of NSF's OIR lab in Hawaii's Manatika. The position of the FRB in the spiral arm of the galaxy is marked by the green circle. Astronomers have pinpointed the origin of a repeating fast radio burst to a nearby spiral galaxy, challenging theories on the unknown source pulses. Observations with the 8-meter Gemini North Telescope, a program of the NSF's National Optical Infrared Astronomy Research Laboratory, have allowed astronomers to pinpoint the location of a fast radio burst in a nearby galaxy, making it the closest known example to Earth and only the second repeating burst since burst source to have its location pinpointed in the sky. The source of this burst of radio waves is located in the environment radically different from that seen in previous studies. This discovery challenges researchers' assumptions on the origin of these already enigmatic extragalactic events. An unsolved mystery in astronomy has become even more puzzling. The source of the fast radio bursts, sudden bursts of radio waves lasting a few thousandths of a second, has remained unknown since their discovery in 2007. Research published January 6, 2020 in the Scientific Journal of Nature and presented at the 235th meeting of the American Astronomical Society has pinpointed the origin of an FRB to an unexpected environment in a nearby spiral galaxy. Observations with the Gemini North Telescope of NSF Optically Infrared Astronomy Research Laboratory on Mauna Kea in Hawaii had played a vital role in this discovery, which renders the nature of these extragalactic radio pulses even more enigmatic. The sources of FRBs and their nature are mysterious. Many are one-off bursts, but very few of them emit repeating flashes. The recently discovered FRB, identified by an unpoetic designation of FRB 180916-J0158 plus 65 minus, is one of only 5 sources with a precisely known location, and only the second such source that shows repeated bursts. Such FRBs are referred to as localized and can be associated with a particular distant galaxy, allowing astronomers to make additional observations that can provide insights into the origin of the radio burst. This object's location is radically different from that of not only the previously located repeating FRB.
They also discovered a signal from the red dwarf there, Centauri, not Alpha Centauri, but the other one. What was it called? Damn. I got a mental block. I can't remember its name, but it's the red dwarf. They discovered a burst from there that repeated. I'm like, well, maybe they had a doomsday and they jettisoned their knowledge or called for help. Who knows?
But also, all previously studied FRBs, elaborates Kizzy Nimmo, PhD, student at the University of Amsterdam, and a fellow lead author of this paper. This blurs the differences between repeating and non-repeating fast radio bursts. It may be that FRBs are produced in a large zoo of locations across the universe and just require some specific conditions to be visible, like you gotta tune it in or something, like it's an alien signal. I hate to go there, but that's what he's referring to. Pinpointing the location of FRB 916-J0158 plus 65 minus, or the minus is gone. We'll get back to that. Required observations at both radio and optical wavelengths. FRBs can only be detected with radio telescopes, so radio observations are fundamentally necessary to accurately determine the position of an FRB on the sky. This particular FRB was first discovered by the Canadian Chime Radio Telescope Array in 2018. The new research used the European VLBI network to precisely localize the source, but measuring the precise distance and local environment of the radio source was only possible to follow up optical observations with the Gemini North Telescope. The International Gemini Observatory comprises telescopes in both the northern and southern hemispheres, which together can access the entire night sky. Well, that is great to know. But how do we get to work? We use the cameras and the spectrographs on the Gemini North Telescope to image the faint structures of the host galaxy where the FRB resides, measure to its distance, and analyze its chemical composition. How are they going to do that? Explains Shaharsh Tendulkar, a postdoctoral fellow at McGill University in Montreal, Canada, who led the Gemini observation and subsequent data analysis. These observations showed the FRB originates in a spiral arm on the galaxy in a region which is rapidly forming stars. However, the source of FRB 180916, which lies roughly 500 million light years from Earth, was unexpected and shows that FRBs may not be linked to a particular type of galaxy or environment, deepening this astronomical mystery. This is the closest FRB to Earth ever localized, explains Benito Marcotti of the Joint Institute for VLBI European Research Infrastructure Consortium and a lead author of the Nature paper. Surprisingly, it was found in an environment radically different from that of the previous 4 localized FRBs, an environment that challenges our ideas of what the source of these bursts may be. The researchers hope that further studies will reveal the conditions that result in the production of these mysterious transient radio pulses and address some of the many unanswered questions they pose. Corresponding author Jason Hessels of the Netherlands Institute for Radio Astronomy and University of Amsterdam states that our aim is to precisely localize more FRBs, ultimately understanding their origin. Now in come the Electric Universe, the Thunderbolts group, to rain on the parade. Astronomers think FRBs are created from dying stars. About 8 years ago, astronomers discovered an energy signature they called a fast radio burst, or FRB. The blast of radio waves lasted 5 milliseconds, releasing more energy than the sun puts out in a month. Distance to the source was said to be almost 3 billion light years, and was surmised to come from the death of a black hole.
Another source for FRB energy is thought to be from cosmic batteries. If a black hole orbits a neutron star, its immense gravity is thought to create the power that sends those strange bursts into space. Cosmologists recently advanced a theory that black holes can evaporate with surprising violence. If a black hole contains M solar masses, it will glow. At 6 times 10 to the power of 8 M Kelvin, that means a black hole can eventually explode like a hydrogen bomb. It is those explosions that are supposed to generate radio emission. Recently, astronomers working on a combination of radio regarding optical telescopes announced that FRB 121102, the first repeating fast radio burst, exploded into space with the force of many supernovae. As the press release states, however, astronomers now have a new puzzle. The source of the broadcast is from a surprisingly small galaxy. Since the galaxy is puny, it is thought that black hole physics must be involved with FRB formation. Black holes radiating away their masses does not conform to electric universe theory. Radio waves and range of energy curves are properties of lightning bolts.
Yeah, they shoot that down right
demonstrate
away.
that plasma phenomena are scalable over several orders of magnitude,
who
so they
knows
behave
what they
in
are.
the same way whether in atoms or
that's what he's
galaxies.
explaining
Perhaps
right now.
FRBs are really flashes of cosmic lightning erupting from electrified clouds of plasma on an immense scale. If correct, FRBs are most likely nearby, so they are less energetic. Plasma is the correct way to interpret their behavior, but it is exploding double layers that impel them. Rather than relying on mathematical phantoms like black holes in tandem with overweight neutron stars, why not create real testable hypotheses and work them up with real physical models? Plasma experiments in the laboratory correspond to plasma formations in space. Because of the scalability factor, under similar conditions, plasma discharges produce the same formations independent of size, whether in the laboratory or on a planetary, stellar, or galactic level. Since duration is proportional to size, an electric spark that lasts for microseconds in the laboratory might last for years at the stellar scale or millions of years at the galactic scale. Stephen Smith, very good. And we have another one, power in perspective. What astronomers call a fast radio burst can release more energy in 5 milliseconds than the sun does in 80 years.
Hey, Greg,
Assumed
just wanted to
distances
say hi
to
real
such
quick.
high energy sources is said to be a billion light years or more.
Not much.
Because of
Just getting a
redshift
little
measurements.
tired,
If
but
that is the case, then the
wanted
power
to check on
concentrated
you and make
in
sure
those
it was
flashes of
everything was
energy
cool.
is equivalent
I'm
to
all right.
billions of hydrogen bombs.
All right.
What
Well, you
could
have a good
generate
night,
those
and I'll
forces?
talk to you again
At the
soon.
outset, it is
Okay.
important to
Take
consider that in an electric
too.
universe, radio waves and a range of energy curves are properties of lightning bolts. Computer
really
simulations
take care.
demonstrate that plasma phenomena are scalable over several orders of magnitude. They behave in the same way and illustrate basic premise whether in atoms or galaxies. Recently, physicists working with the Australian Square Kilometre Array Pathfinder announced the discovery of so many FRB sources that they effectively doubled the catalog listings, according to Dr. Jean-Pierre McCourt from the Center for Radio Astronomy Research. Bursts travel for billions of years, passing through intergalactic material along the way. Each time this happens, the different wavelengths that make up the burst are slowed by different amounts. Timing the arrival of the different wavelengths tells us how much material the burst has traveled through on its journey. Assumptions about distance and the density of matter in the universe are built on previous assumptions about the size of the universe and its age. Light waves traveling for billions of years through uncounted clouds of gas and dust betrays a factual presumption underlying all ideas about distance and conditions in the universe. Its size is based on Big Bang theory and black holes factor. And when FRB energies are discussed by the mainstream, collisions among black holes or the explosion of black holes are held forth as explanations for the energy signatures. However, laboratory experiments confirm that plasma formations in space can be modeled in the laboratory due to their scalability. Under similar conditions, plasma discharges produce the same formations independent of size. Since duration is proportional to size, an electric spark that lasts for microseconds in a laboratory might last for years on the stellar scale or millions of years on the galactic scale, where they might suddenly erupt and then dim again. Electric universe cosmologists postulate that FRBs are actually occurring in nearby galactic neighborhoods, so they are not unimaginably powerful.
and not coming from the edge of the universe, as previously written. Plasma discharges in the form of exploding double layers can accelerate particles in ways that are unfamiliar to consensus astrophysicists. Consensus, that's interesting. Plasma physicist and Nobel laureate Dr. Hans Elfane thought that exploding double layers should be considered a new class of celestial object. Electricity is responsible for stellar and galactic behaviors, and when the current density gets too high, double layers in those circuits catastrophically release their excess energy, appearing as FRBs, X-rays, or flares of ultraviolet light. Elfane wrote, "A study of how a number of the most used textbooks in astrophysics treat important concepts like double layers, critical velocity, pinch effects, and circuits is made. It is found that students using these textbooks remain essentially ignorant of even the existence of these, in spite of the fact that some of them have been well known for half a century, e.g. double layers, Langmuir, 1929 pinch effect, Bennett, 1934. If correct, FRBs are actually nearby, so are less energetic. Plasma is the correct way to interpret their behavior, but it is exploding double layers that impel them. Rather than relying on mathematical phantoms like black holes, why not create real testable hypotheses and work them up with real physical models? Perhaps FRBs are really flashes of cosmic lightning erupting from electrified clouds of plasma in an immense scale." Stephen Smith. He goes more into depth here, but they're pretty much the same. But interesting. I mean, when you have to hypothesize gigantic black holes and neutron stars, you have to also hypothesize huge H-bombs blowing up millions of light years away. Astronomers say Earth has a new mini-moon for now. An asteroid has been caught in our planet's gravity, but it'll float away soon. We have a new space neighbor, at least for a while. Astronomers at NASA-funded Catalina Sky Survey spotted an asteroid that's caught in Earth's gravity. But the space agency's Center for Near-Earth Object Studies noted that it's on its way out of our planet's orbit. Earth has a new temporarily captured object, possibly a mini-moon, called 2020 CD3. On the night of February 15th, my Catalina Sky Survey teammate, Ted Pruney, and I found a 20th magnitude object. Big news. Earth has a new temporarily captured object, and there's a little video of it here. They calculated that the asteroid is between 1.9 and 3.5 meters in diameter. So I don't think too much of this. It's the second asteroid that's known to have entered Earth's orbit. The previous one, 2006 RH-120, was also discovered by the CSS and orbited Earth for 18 months over 2006 and 2007. Say, in this regard, that these changes appear to have been cyclic. See Appendix 1. And to have moved in waves like magnetic waves from the east toward the west. Why the jade green cup appears red when lit from behind. And of course it's giving full credit to the Romans. I highly doubt that. The colorful secret of the 1600-year-old Roman chalice at the British Museum. You know, at the British Museum. Shouldn't it be in a Roman museum? Is the key to a super sensitive new technology that might help diagnose human disease or pinpoint biohazards at security checkpoints. The glass chalice, known as the Lycurgus cup, because it bears a scene involving King Lycurgus of Thrace, appears jade green when lit from the front, but blood red when lit from behind. There was also a Spartan lawgiver named Lycurgus, who lived a lot sooner. A property that puzzled scientists for decades after the museum acquired the cup in the 1950s. Oh, well, maybe they got it by honest means. I figured, they took it in the Middle Ages. The mystery wasn't solved until 1990, when researchers in England scrutinized broken fragments under a microscope and discovered that the artisans were nanotechnology pioneers. They'd impregnated the glass with particles of silver and gold, ground down until they were as small as 50 nanometers in diameter, less than 1,000th the size of a grain of table salt. The exact mixture of the precious metals suggests the Romans, or whoever they were, knew what they were doing. An amazing feat, says one of the researchers, archaeologist Ian Freeston of the University College London. Ancient nanotech works something like this. When hit with a light, electrons belonging to the metal flex, vibrate in ways that alter the color depending on the observer's position. Gang Logan-Lou, an engineer at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, who has long focused on using nanotechnology to diagnose disease, and his colleagues realized that this effect offered untapped potential. The Romans knew how to make and use nanoparticles for beautiful art. I never learned the lowdown on it, but I would have thought the cup would have been a lot older pre-Rome. Lou says, we wanted to see if this could have scientific applications. When various fluids filled the cup, Lou suspected they would change how the vibrating electrons in the glass interacted, and thus the color. Today's home pregnancy test exploit a separate nano-based phenomenon to turn a white line pink. Yeah, there's litmus paper too. That don't mean anything. Since the researchers couldn't put liquid into the precious artifact itself, they instead imprinted billions of tiny wells onto a plastic plate about the size of a postage stamp and sprayed the wells with gold or silver nanoparticles, essentially creating an array with billions of ultra-miniature Lycurgus cups. When water, oil, sugar solutions, and salt solutions were poured into the wells, they displayed a range of easy-to-distinguish colors. Green, light green for water, and red for oil, for example. The prototype was 100 times more sensitive to altered levels of salt in solution than current commercial sensors using similar techniques. It may one day make its way into handheld devices for detecting pathogens in samples of saliva or urine, or for thwarting terrorists trying to carry dangerous liquids onto airplanes. The original 4th century AD Lycurgus cup, probably taken out only for special occasion, depicts King Lycurgus ensnared in a tangle of grapevines, presumably for evil acts committed against Dionysus, the Greek god of wine. If inventors manage to develop a new detection tool from this ancient technology, it'll be Lycurgus' turn to do the ensnaring. Show you the guy, the Spartan. He looks similar. See, that was the Spartan Lycurgus. He's got a beard. That's why I thought maybe it might be him. But I haven't seen King Lycurgus yet, so let's see him and see what he looks, how ugly. Let's see, King Lycurgus.
They all have beards.
Well, there's a kind of a, yeah, I guess he did have a beard. I don't know enough about it, but
looks like they could just go down to the barber shop. Razor was probably a luxury item. Well, back then, people had to keep their wealth in their house, in a chest. That's why when those people were running away from that volcano that took out Pompeii, they were all clutching their jewelry boxes, or cash box, whatever they were. But all of them just, they were frozen in the position they were in when they were overcome. If you ever see them, someone filled them with plaster. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Is Andy in the hall? He's playing games with me. I'm going to show one more and then maybe chat a little bit and then say goodnight. I got practice in the morning.
To Sir Arthur Eddington. Still 400 pages. Could be.
Under the supervision of
that fella in the chat the other day,
And he said about different things. And, yeah. So what I was going to ask you about that with Robert Schoch was, when you get a chance, have a listen. Yep, change the subject. Have a listen to that, because he's now talking, and he's not far off of talking electric universe theories, in that there's been multiple civilizations, at least 3, he says, that have grown, and then there's been some event that's changed it, and basically you've ended up with Dark Age after it for, often thousands of years before the civilizations have really rebooted and got themselves back to where they started farming and things like that. Yeah. So
I'll talk to you in a little bit.
Okay.
All right, bye. Beneath the rolling, restless seas lie the mysteries of forgotten civilizations, swept by the tides, half buried in the sands, worn away by terrific pressure. Lies a culture little known to our age of today, where the mighty Pacific now rolls in a majestic sweep of thousands of miles. There was once a vast continent. This land was known as Lemuria, and its people as Lemurians. We pride ourselves upon the inventions, conveniences, and developments of today. We call them modern. But these ancient and long-forgotten people excelled us. Things we speak of as future possibilities, they knew as everyday realities. Science has gradually pieced together the evidences of this lost race, and in this book you will find the most astounding, enthralling chapters. Lemuria, lost continent of the Pacific. How these people came to be swept from the face of the earth, except for survivors who have living descendants today, is explained. Illustrations and explanations of their mystic symbols, maps of the continent, and many ancient truths and laws are contained in this unusual book. And it's written by a guy named Wishare S. Serve in 1931. The cycles of changes in the earth. The following extracts are from a personal manuscript by John H. Tice, meteorologist, published privately by the officers and directors of the Meteorological Research and Publication Company of St. Louis, Missouri in 1875. For half a century, scientists have earnestly been laboring to discover a cycle in the cataclysms, but without success. Every day, the necessity for it becomes more evident and the demand for it more earnest and pressing. Professor Locklear, an English astronomer and a renowned spectroscopist, expresses himself upon this subject as follows. In meteorology, as in astronomy, the thing to hunt down is a cycle, and if it is not to be found in the temperate zones, then go to the frigid zones or to the torrid zones to look for it. If found, then above all things, and in whatever manner, lay hold of it, study it, record it, and see what happens. Observations on special phenomena, such as sunspots, solar physics, generally magnetic intensity in the Earth, electric tension, both of the Earth and of the atmosphere, auroras, earthquakes, cyclones, rainfalls, and terrestrial temperatures, have been made for a half century, and some for nearly 2 centuries. Why these observations have not been more fruitful and valuable results is owing to the fact that each observer worked independently and made the observations of his chosen phenomenon a specialty.
without ever dreaming that there was a correlation between all physical phenomena. No islands in space. After devoting a period to their work equal to half the length of what the psalmist assigns as term of human life, each observer came to the conclusion that his special phenomena had a periodicity and repeated itself in a cycle between 10 and 12 years. After having satisfied myself to the existence of meteorological cycles, about 8 years ago, I undertook to investigate their cause, with a view of determining their length, as nothing can exist without a cause. Synchronous and covariant phenomena, regularly repeating themselves in cycles of uniform length, must have a permanent cause that is common to them all, and whatever that may be, and whosoever located it, must be ascertainable and susceptible of proof. In the preceding part of this work, I have demonstrated that winds, rain, snow, and hailstorms, cyclones, auroras, earthquakes, in fine, all telluric and atmospheric phenomena are electric, and that under what may be considered the normal condition of the Earth and the atmosphere, the electricity necessary to their production is constantly being generated, but with varying energy. The testimony of the facts presented incontestably establishes 3 points: that earthquakes have a periodicity in the frequency of their occurrence, and that they show well-defined periods of maxims and minima, which alternate regularly as to time with each other. Examinations of the dates of their occurrences show that these maxima and minima are covariants with those of other physical disturbances. Earthquakes are caused by disruptive discharges of electricity through the strata of the Earth. Electric currents at all times are circulating through the Earth from east to west. In times of physical perturbations, indicated by sunspots, auroras, and great oscillations in the magnetic needle, Earth currents, as they are called, often become too intense to be transmitted through the strata of the Earth, unless where the strata are unbroken or of good conductive capacity. These currents, where the strata are broken up or of too feeble conductive capacity, become dammed up, as it were, until they are strong enough to force a passage which is affected by what is called a disruptive discharge. I'll be danged. This guy was an electric universe advocate, and the thing was, he's so busy looking for a cycle that he didn't even realize. He knew that and just kind of like, I'll just put that in my pocket. You know? Okay, back to the other part. Chapter 3, Mysterious Forces of the Universe. In order to understand some of the mighty changes that took place in the surface of the Earth in ages gone by, I believe it well to present here, in very brief form, a panoramic picture or description of what occurred in the past 200,000 years. That's kind of a coincidence that he came up with that figure. I will not take the time nor space to quote authors or records for the statements made in this chapter, but will refer to these in a separate part of the book. Suffice it to say that where archaeological and geological records do not give some of these facts, ancient writings, carvings, and engravings on stone supply the deficiencies in an undisputable manner. Beginning then at the earliest period of which we have any definite knowledge, we find that 200,000 years ago the surface of the Earth was very much like that pictured in map number 1. The large dark portions shown on this map constitute one unbroken continent reaching the 20th degree of eastern longitude to the 80th degree of western longitude, and occupying a large population of the present Pacific Ocean and lapping over into Asia and Africa. This continent was the only habitable land sufficiently above water to have any considerable degree of vegetation.
The shaded portion shown on the map, which represents the ancient continent of North and South America and present continents of Asia and Africa, was either wholly submerged beneath the water or it was a form of swamp land known to the inhabitants of the continent of Lemuria, but not available for habitations of any kind. At least 150,000 years ago, these partially submerged lands were known and described, and sometimes pictured in maps, from which the map shown herewith has been taken. But for many thousands of years, these swampy lands were unpopulated and considered as barren and useless. There must have been parts of this swampy land that were higher than others, and from some indications we find that those portions shaded a little darker than the others on the map were known as highlands, but still of little value. On the one continent shown in black on the map, all human civilization began, and probably here too was the beginning of all creatures that lived out of or above the waters of the earth. This ancient continent is now called Lemuria, but which had other names in the times that are past, was truly the cradle of the human race and the original Garden of Eden. If we look upon the ancient traditional story of the creation of man as symbolical of the actual facts, in all ancient records and among all tribes of people, there is a trace of this time, this same old story of the creation of man in a Garden of Eden. And like many others in the Old Testament of the present-day Bible, these symbolical traditional stories are evidences of great truths passed down from generation to generation of the human race. For 100,000 years or more, the cradle of civilization on the ancient continent of Lemuria rocked the newly born of many tribes which descended from the earliest created beings. And it may be said in passing that the earliest records indicate that man was created coincident with the creation of other living creatures, and that he was not a descendant from any lower species of animal kingdom, but always of human form and expression, and with dominant control over the other creatures around him. Thus, the old biblical story representing the ancient traditions of the history of man appear to be correct, and indicate that God created man immediately after having created the other creatures over whom he has to have dominion. Just about 100,000 years ago, great changes began to take place on the surface and below the surface of the lands and the waters of this earth. I shall not take time to speak of the facts about the gas belts, volcanoes, and other causes of earthquakes, tremblers, and shocks, which periodically affected the surface of the earth in such a definite manner as to make it evident that the earth was passing through a regular and continuous program of evolutionary changes. For the science of archaeology and geology are replete with traditions and interesting descriptions of the causes and nature of such periodic changes. Suffice it to say, in this regard, that these changes appear to have been cyclic. See Appendix 1. And to have moved in waves like magnetic waves from the east toward the west, and each have covered a narrow band of the Earth's surface, much like the bands of longitude shown on the map herewith. These bands were evidently about 40 to 80 degrees of longitude in width and extended from the north to the south poles. They were truly magnetic in effect, for their results are incredibly recorded in the matter and elements that compose substances of the Earth's surface, and show that great heat of an electric and magnetic nature often instantaneously reduced the hardest materials to molten.
Sometimes such changes occurred in two opposite parts of the Earth's surface at the same time. But the changes were in progressive steps across the surface of the Earth from east to west. Our continents, as we know them today, therefore have grown to what they are through the many changes that have taken place. And they are continuing to grow and to change. Coastlines of all continents are varying from century to century, and new islands rise and disappear in various parts of the world. Mountains have changed their height, valleys have been raised and lowered, seas have come and disappeared, and even climatic conditions have changed in the Western world, as well as in the Eastern.
This one was put together much better than the first one. That was agony. There's one on California.
We can find mystery and romance in the lives of nations and countries, as well as in the lives of individuals, and perhaps of all the strange and mysterious parts of the world. There is none that is so filled with the elements of fascinating and alluring mystery as that of the country of California. I use the word country very advisedly because the more one becomes acquainted with the state of California, its history, its traditions, its heritage, its people of today and their inherited customs, interesting habits of living, the more one is sentiments regarding California as our public are more deeply seated than most Americans realize. They definitely have their own way. I'll give them that. And especially those who go to this new land from eastern parts of the United States to find that California is still very proud of the former flag of its republic, and that on every holiday, at every fiesta occasion, which means very frequent.
Do you know how much electric bills are in California? I live here in Michigan. The average electric bill I have is about $140 a month. In California, it's like $700-800. Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
Oh, you have to pay. You have to pay that much for your electric bill?
No, we don't. Okay, there's the main company, or the main whatever is called PG&E, Pacific Electric and whatever. And okay, they're the main thing.
They've started a lot of fires.
when we first moved to Sacramento, I used to live in Thousand Oaks, which is just right by Malibu.
Mm-hmm.
And we moved up here, and it was so much cheaper to live here. It was unbelievable how cheap it was to live here. I mean, the house, the rent, everything was so much cheaper. And we moved. Anyway, the first year we lived in this condo,
Mm-hmm.
and it had a wood stove in it, which we used, and it had like a half-size water heater, and anyway, we got our first electric bill, and it was for $750.
Oh my!
And we were, most of the time we were at work. We weren't home most of the time, and we could not. So we called PG&E, and they came out and they did this thing where they walk around and they tell you, like, oh, you should put, certain things, to make your house more airproof or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then they said, and the biggest thing that's giving you all this, making your bill so high is your water heater.
Oh.
And we're like, what? Anyway, the water heater was electric.
Yeah, it runs. Yeah.
Anyway,
we got gas. We got natural gas.
Well, we have gas here, but but PG. Okay, we couldn't believe that.
That's
and
crazy.
So we paid it, but it was like many years. Like, I don't know, we lived there, and then we moved into Sacramento, because this wasn't in Sacramento. This was outside of Sacramento.
What town? Roseville, Citrus Heights.
It was in El Dorado.
Oh.
Anyway,
stayed in Citrus Heights for about 3 months.
Oh, yeah, that's close by.
Yeah.
Citrus Heights is kind of close by, but anyway, we moved from that place, and I think it was like maybe 10 years went by, and there was we saw on television that PG&E they were getting sued. It was like a big time suit from I think from California was suing them or something, because they had been overcharging everybody. But anyway, when we moved into Sacramento, there's this little pocket, and it's called, well, it doesn't encompass that much of Sacramento, but the people that service it, this company's called SMUD.
I see.
And SMUD has gas and electric.
I'm sorry, I asked.
And your average SMUD bill, I'm just saying, a SMUD bill, it's like $25 for electricity, and like $10 for gas.
Yeah, but like what is like today. A 3-bedroom bungalow go for? About $10 million?
What, for a what?
For a 3-bedroom bungalow?
Oh, no, not here.
No, I'm just kidding. But I'm being.
Well, prices have gone up, but I'm just saying that PG&E. I mean, so it's like you can talk to people, but it depends upon where you live. But
right.
I mean, that's such a big, huge difference. And PG, they have gone down in their prices, and I really haven't asked, but I would probably figure they're probably paying like $300 a month for electric.
Yeah. Okay. Back to the video. I know you live there, so I just.
How much do you pay?
About $1.40.
$1.40?
No, $140.
Oh, $140. I was gonna say $1.40. Well,
yeah. No, it's not that bad. My gas bill is $200 a month in the winter, but like $20 a month in the summer.
How come it's so high? Your gas bill? Is that you have heating?
It's constantly running. It's like 16 degrees outside.
I mean, your heating is gas.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gas furnace. Yeah.
All right. We have that too.
Oh, you do too? Yeah.
Well,
my mom had steam heat. Remember that? They used to have the registers, the steam.
Yeah. The radiator.
Yeah.
I never lived in that situation, but I don't know, was that good? I mean, it give you moisture in the air.
Yeah, kept the place warm. Yeah.
I mean, it seems like it would. I don't know. Yeah. Where I was growing up, we had a swamp cooler. And I thought, in the summertime, I mean, the coolness of it was different than central heating and air.
Yes, central air, yeah.
Well, central air is just, I hate it. I don't like it, especially when the heat.
We're probably putting everybody to sleep, Polly, so I'm going to get back to the video now.
Okay.
Just stay there.
Okay. Indeed, the flag of the Republic of California is displayed alongside the American flag. There is no other state in the Union, perhaps, in which the school children are taught so many songs that praise the glories of California and pay tribute to its ancient and present-day virtues, and where such songs are sung not only by the children but by the adults in their theaters, by the members of the various service clubs, and by large conclaves wherever they may be assembled. The ancient spirit of gaiety and gala festivities is still so alive in the hearts of the Californians that at the least excuse, the visit of some government official, the visit of some foreign diplomat, or a commander of a foreign vessel, the flying through the fair skies of some unusual aviator, the discovery of some new field or mountain of gold, the anniversary of some old Spanish or California event, is the occasion for wonderful parades, Gay holiday celebrations with the schools closed, the business institutions semi-active, and the governors, mayors, city councilors, and leading citizens taking part with elaborate flowered floats, like the Parade of the Roses, the wearing of Spanish costumes by most of the citizens, the selection of local queens to rule over mythical courts, community dancing on the streets in the evening, and every other form of festivity for which the ancient periods of its history were famous. There is a sweet loveliness about the spirit of people, accompanied by broad toleration for all viewpoints, for all religions, all customs and habits, and a united determination to make life worth living, and to make the enjoyment of life a primary motive rather than a secondary one. This has to be no detrimental effect upon business, but has, in fact, stimulated. And whereas in eastern sections of the United States, the drive for money and big business is considered necessary as a primary objective in order to avoid complete disruption of businesses. The Californians have proved that the very reverse may be true. The extreme contrast in its climate, its scenery, the spirit of its people, so far as present-day matters are concerned, and the thousands of variations and gradations that lie between these extremes, constitute a combination of conditions that helps to make California so attractive. While one may bask in the warm sunlight in its beaches at any period of the year, one may also journey for a few hours by automobile or train to its mountaintops in the summer attire, with the attractive clothing of the sportwear of the polo field. Enjoy the thrills of snowballing and skiing from fertile green valleys filled with thousands of varieties of wild flowers and roses, and from plains trampled by herds of thousands of head of cattle, or desert places of wind-blown sand that afford the opportunity for making the pictures with Sahara settings. One may journey in a few hours to the highest peaks surrounded by rugged scenery, or into forests that are so dense that many of them have never been explored and are natural museums of research. Every hour spent in driving or riding, walking or boating on California lands, or in the streams, lakes, bays, or ocean brings continuous surprises and an ever-changing panorama of new interest and new thrills. To the stranger, California is still the land of gold, the golden poppy in the fields, and the many other golden flowers, along with the golden colors of peaches, apricots, apples, and other fruits. The gold in the sky at sunset that lasts long into the evening, the golden reflections on the waters, the golden tints of the Spanish homes, the golden colorings in the tapestries, drapes, awning, curtains, and other decorative material, and the gold in the soil that seems to have no limit for those who persevere in seeking for it, constantly impresses the stranger with the fact that not 1/10 of California has been explored nor converted into the marvelous opportunities that lie before it. I might beg to differ with them. You're cutting trees down like insane people. Well, that's okay. We'll just cut them all down. We don't need them. We need the trees a lot more than they need us. But what interests those of a scientific or philosophical turn of mind to a greater degree than its gold or spirit of joy and happiness? It is a beautiful state, though. I've been there a couple times. I lived there for about 6 months in the 80s. Health and invigoration are the many mysteries and the stories of ancient times that one hears in every part of his unusual country. As those from the east approach California and ride over the long spaces, and sure are, flat too, of almost desert areas or lands of ranches and unfertile valleys. Where did it go? To the footballs of the Sierras, one feels that one is going to a far distant place that must be different and unlike anything passed on the way. Ascending the foothills to the top of the Sierra Range, one enters into the snow and cold of the higher region in winter with its barrenness, or into heavy vegetation and forest growth of the summer. I want to go to the redwoods. Then begins the decline, minute after minute, and the interesting, twisting, turning railroad ride down the sides of the Sierra Nevada mountains to the glories of California. Yeah, remember that Donner group? Ooh. On every hand, one sees the remnants and relics of the days of '49, when the miners hastily erected cabins and buildings, while others worked in bringing forth the fortune that proved the ancient stories of California to be true. The snow gradually disappears, the valleys become more fertile, the flowers appear with fields, even though the rest of the country that has been left behind is covered with frost, as each minute brings the traveler further west into California and toward the Pacific coast. He notices that the soil is rapidly changing. The trees are different. The rock formations, the distinctive and picturesque thousands of wildflowers of varieties never seen in the East become more profuse. Blossoms, ferns, palms, and plants that grow only in the hothouses of the East or can be raised only under careful culture are seen growing wildly without any cultivation or special attention. The climate becomes mild. The spirit of the people seems to be one of joy. There is an invigoration in the air that gradually impresses the stranger, with a feeling that there are vibrations of some mysterious vitality of something very old, very antique, romantic, and unfathomable. The stranger, therefore, is never surprised when the first citizen of this Western Republic begins to tell him of the uncommon things to be seen or even heard in the daytime or the night. I am aware of the fact that no chamber of commerce in any of the very progressive cities of California would think of writing a book about the local allurements of each community by giving any emphasis to the weird sights, strange sounds, or peculiar mysteries within its own boundaries. To the public at large, these things may have no appeal, and to some they might. Sometimes I want to completely change my life and move to California. The student of the sciences, the research worker, the thinker, and more intellectually inclined, the mysteries of California are not only appealing, but never completely solved and never forgotten. One just passes from one interesting situation, one astonishing condition, one fascinating story or experience to another, day after day, mile after mile, as one rides or walks along the King's Highway of California, called El Camino Real, and even where this old trail ends, the Indian paths going northward or eastward leading one into even deeper fantasies of interest that equal those found in the fairy tales of our childhood. Are all of these stories merely traditions handed down from early generations that have no foundation in fact? Are the tales and reports of strange occurrences only the imaginations of a people still moved by emotions of their ancestors? I just bit my tongue. Are all these things purely fictional and part of the fiesta spirit? A stay of but a month in this wonderful state convinces anyone that all of the stories and experiences are probably true, and that most of them are told with little elaboration and little fiction. The spell of the California mysteries gradually overpowers the visitor who prolongs his stay, and therein lies the secret of the universal enthusiasm for its land
that every native son and daughter expresses so convincingly. Those who have read the preceding chapters of this book will realize that the state of California actually represents the oldest habitated, cultivated, civilized land on the face of the earth that is still in practically the same physical form and in the same environment as when God first created it. I have already said that science recognizes the fact that in the forests of California, in the hills and valleys, in the rock and the shell of its great mountains, and in the sand and soil of its shores, are found the oldest living things in the world. And so far as specimens of non-living matter, relics of bygone, forgotten prehistoric time, are concerned, California offers the greatest abundance of evidence, and with such fascinating pictures as quicken the emotional of romance, the spirit of imagination, and the heartbeat of weird thrills. For instance, one may journey to that beautiful little city known as Santa Barbara, where only a few years ago a mild earthquake completed some of the final adjustments of the land upon which it is situated, which adjustment began at the time that the continent of Lemuria was submerged. Here, a beautiful spot with magnificent homes built along the shore drive, reminding one of the Riviera of France and Italy, and with a busy city constantly in fiesta dress. We have the setting of a very ancient habitation, the mystery of which is yet unsolved. Off the shore, the super rich city, modern in its progressive architecture and American beauty, and antique in the many Spanish homes and ancient structures, there are several islands whose stories no man can tell in detail, but which may someday bring millions of visitors to the shores, that they may say that they have seen such memorable places in the Western world. For these islands were at one time the fortified preserves of an ancient race whose homes and daily activities occupied the district of the mainland, where the city of Santa Barbara now rests, because, however, of the continued invasions by unknown tribes from South America, unknown people from the north, and a stranger still, the people far inland, they lived exclusively by themselves, with a language, a complexion, a code of living, and an architecture distinctly their own, unlike anything else in the rest of the world. All that they held dear, and all that they could save and gather of worldly value to protect them in the future days of inevitable conquest, they stored on the islands and fortified these to a degree that astonishes the creators of our modern forms of fortification. These people, known technically as a tribe with the name Shumash, sounds like the god Shamash, constituted practically an independent race of people, so far as their ancestry would appear in ordinary records of anthropology, but as the reader will divine, they were one of a number of groups or tribes of separated communities that were direct descendants of the Lemurians. Thus, it was inevitable that the race should disappear, just as the other group of similar descendants in other parts of California are gradually disappearing. When Cabrillo discovered that these Shamash natives in 1542, there were over 35,000 of them, and in 1771, when missionary work entered into their lives and a tabulation was accurately made, there were 8,960. In 1900, 3 families consisting of 9 adults remained. While today, but one of these adults is living, and he has been taken by his Lemurian brethren into another community.
That was in 1931.
Science admits that these people were well-versed and well-developed in the art of sea life, and technically expert in harpooning and spear throwing. That's that thing Ted talks about at Laddle. That just showed up
Others in their community revealed even in 1542 a long culture and experience in art, pottery making, architecture, basket weaving, astronomy, the sciences generally, and especially what they called the art of healing and the prevention and cure of diseases, if ever the proper expeditionary work and research efforts are made in the soil of the islands off the coast of Santa Barbara and in the deep soil underlying the present city, where there will be rich rewards made to the history of man and the history of this great state. But this is only one of the many spots in California that offers the novelist, the science, the dreamer, and the artist a golden opportunity. Of the largest of the groups of descendants of Lemurians still living and constituting one of the most impenetrable mysteries of the state, I will speak in another chapter. But there are other interesting places in California which one can touch upon only lightly, for the complete details of each will fill many volumes. In the first place, California is really much like an island continent of itself. That is, if we add Oregon and Washington to the state of California, and likewise the peninsula known as Lower California, for in ancient times all of this was known as California, the soil, the climate, the products of the soil, and everything in and around the land of these several states are so different and so distinctly unique in comparison to the rest of the United States, that we may look upon this group of states as consisting a separate nation or a separate island. We are warranted in this viewpoint by the fact that this territory was at one time an island separate and distinct from the rest of the North American continent. The name California itself gives us the first due to the mystery and the romance of the West. For years, there are many and varied explanations as to where the name California came from and how it came to be applied to this western land. We know that most, if not all, of the other names used in the state and which are foreign to the American language were copied from European languages, mostly Spanish, and the padres and the missionaries. But the name California has no definite meaning in any European language and is quite a unique name in itself. It was Edward Everett Hay who discovered in 1862 a due to the origin of the name California and how it came to be applied to this western land. He found in his researches that just before California became the goal of foreign expeditions, especially those of a Spanish nature, there was reprinted in Spain a story of chivalry that had once been very popular in the time of the Crusades, but which had come down from great antiquity as a story of traditional exploits and scientific research. This story, in its new and revised form, became extremely popular, and in it there was described, with all of the grandeur and romance of the pre-Crusade days, a land in the western waters in the form of a great island ruled by the beautiful heroine of the story known as Queen Khalifa, and the island over which she ruled was called California. The description in the story stated that this wonderful island was on the right hand of the Indies and very near the terrestrial paradise. The description of the people was quite mythical and romantic, but there was every evidence in the story that it was based upon expeditions made by those who, in prehistoric times, had been able to reach the shores of the island and studied its people and explored the nature of its country and soil. The reference to it being near the terrestrial paradise is typical of other ancient records
which referred to the existing remnants of Lemuria as the early paradise of man, the Garden of Eden, and the birthplace and cradle of all races of man. The reference to the vast amount of gold that could be found in this island of California, the quiet, peaceful waters which surrounded it, its abundance of fruit and rich vegetation, its wonderful climate, and the cordiality of its people, ever made the story an unforgettable one and was unquestionably responsible for the many hundreds of expeditions from various parts of the eastern and western world which made this island their goal. In this regard, the reader should bear in mind that the expedition of Columbus was very late indeed, and that long before Vespucci made his discoveries, and long before any expeditions were made of which we have any popular record or any definite information at all, there were thousands of expeditions to this western world when North and South America as continents were not in the position they now occupied by them, and when the so-called island of California was all that was left of the eastern edge of the submerged continent of Lemuria, as an instance of how the idea persisted through many centuries and the consciousness of man regarding the country of California being an island separate from any continent at all. I offer in evidence a drawing made from the famous Nancy globe. This globe was seen in the town library at Nancy, France, where it has been for many years, and its recorded history dates back to 1531, although the actual date of its making is not known. But it is 6 inches in diameter and was highly colored and considered very accurate and complete for the period in which it was made. Such maps as globes as these were made not by navigators themselves, but by those deep students of research who specialized in watching and recording the explorations of navigators and of special expeditions. They tried to put into one map the facts and figures, the findings and the dates, brought it back to the old world by scores of capable observers and explorers, and studying this map, one will quickly notice that although the continent of North and South America is fairly accurately drawn and represents North America as being the larger Spanish land, with the country of New Spain in the southern part, and Eastern Asia and India in the western part, there is no attempt to make the peninsula of California a part of the mainland, but rather to show all of California, or the western part of the continent of North America, as a separate island with a group of small islands at its southern extremity. In other words, nothing that had been reported by the early explorers at the time that this globe was made changed the opinion and belief of all explorers, the map makers, that California was a land separate from North America. And there is the Nancy globe. I don't know what it's all about. I'll have to look at it a little later. This is Mars, Atlantis, so maybe this was where Mars was coming close to the Earth. I don't know. I'm just guessing. I don't know why I would say that. I'll have to get into that later.
Word Cairo means Mars.
In order to understand why California was considered an island, your attention is called to map number 4. This is a sketch of the land that unquestionably constituted the island remnant of the eastern end of the continent of Lemuria after it submerged and it is being united to the western coast of North American continent. By examining this map, one will find that this island section was composed of a small mountain range along the western shoreline and a larger mountain range comprising the Cascade and Sierra Nevada mountains. On the eastern shore of the island, and that these mountains are united and
again divided near the southern part, forming the peninsula of Lower California and part of the Mexican coastline. In the north, the island ended in swamplands, while the island of Vancouver was a swampy marsh in a bay. Between the two mountain ranges of this island of California was the low valley, of which was occupied by a bay with its center opposite what is now the Bay of San Francisco, near the Golden Gate. This means that the Santa Clara, San Joaquin, and Sacramento valleys were at one time underwater, and that even preceding this period, the northern part of the island of California, up and to a little way beyond the northern boundary line of the present state of California, was underwater, forming a very large inland bay. These waters remained for perhaps 15 to 20,000 years, but gradually receded through the continued rising of the island of California. Near the river of Carmel on the Bay of Acre, the Valley of Carmel in California, its entire environment is filled with romantic stories and stories of mysterious and cosmic weirdness. It is not surprising, therefore, that the valley contains a little town known as Carmel by the Sea. I'd love to live there, man. That'd be cool. Which holds itself separate from the mad progress of Western civilization and shelters cozy little cottages and studios. Oh man, where the best known writers and artists of the world, like Robert Louis Stevenson, have stayed for months or years and written their greatest novels or painted their greatest pictures. Why am I not here in this strange village nestled among the pines and sitting in the variable garden of flowers? One is easily inspired by the very vibrations of the place. Present-day mystic Lemurians in California. It has been stated in preceding chapters, the great catastrophes that overwhelmed the continent of Lemuria and caused the final submergence of nearly all of it in more or less rapid time, forced the surviving remnants of the great race of civilized inhabitants to flee to the highest mountaintops and seek there a possible haven. I wonder when that happened. Whether many went to the higher plateaus of the high mountains and were eventually thrown into the sea, lost to earthly life, we do not know, except that millions of beings lost their lives in the great catastrophes. But probably most of these were living in the peaceful valleys and plains of the great continent. The evidence shows that the eastern portion of the continent of Lemuria, or that portion nearest to the North American continent, was very high and naturally appeared to be the best place for those who were given time and opportunity to reach these points and establish themselves in safety. The fact that only a few thousand succeeded in reaching the mountains would indicate that the last great catastrophe of Lemuria was more or less sudden and decidedly complete in its submergence of the land. This accounts for the occasional discovery of strangely built structures found in a ruined condition by explorers in the mountains of California. Revere that there was a sleeping personality in the highest regions of the Sierras, like the traditional personality of Rip Van Winkle. Sleeping in the Catskill Mountains, and whenever an investigator approached this sleeping personality too close, it awakened and thundered forth its protests. While he was speaking allegorically, and reminded me of the fact that it was almost a literal explanation of what had actually occurred in many parts of the state. There are mountainous parts of California where men go lion hunting or hunting for other wild animals. It is not uncommon for these hunters
and for lonely explorers in search of thrills and excitement to come face to face with peculiar conditions, unexpected scenes, and gruesome relics of ancient peoples. Many very valuable specimens of human forms and of animals of all species you have found in remote parts of these mountains and are preserved today in many museums of the country. It is interesting, therefore, to spend time in visiting some of the unusual places of the mountains of California and studying the relics of ancient civilization. Even when we go north of California to other states, we find similar conditions, proving that all of these western states, their projects at the present time, a small peninsula, which is the remnant of high mountain where there was located one of the colonies of the surviving Lemurians. On the rocks of this peninsula are carved the strangest marks that modern scientists have ever attempted to interpret. There are thousands of these hieroglyphic characters, and I have drawn a few of the principal figures and reproduced them here as samples of the Klamath Falls writing. They're all about the Great Comet and the plasma formations in the sky. There's a good old squatter man. You haven't seen that before. It looks like kind of like a door. And then you got your cross. That, I've seen that before. That's like a spear with feathers coming down, a shield. And there's the turkey foot, or the three-pronged foot, upside down though. And let's see, what else? Well, that's about all I see. All this other stuff. Those who have attempted to interpret the hundreds of feet of these characters on the stones in various sections surrounding the lake have discovered that there is a uniformity to the writing. They have not been able to evolve an alphabet or a code which will reveal the messages written there, which were intended to inform future generations regarding the nature of the colonies surrounding this lake and the story of their catastrophe and struggles for life. Scientists have decided that the 1,200 feet or more of carved writings are on rocks that have been below and above water at different periods. Therefore, the writings were made many hundreds of years ago. Different generations have added to these writings in order to bring the history of their people up to a very modern date. You keep saying modem. I'm not used to that term being used so liberally like that. I'm going to have to check that out. The Druids eventually had their center of earthly activities in the British lands about the beginning of the Christian era. In addition to this evidence of relation with the Druids, there is very positive evidence that the writers of these strange characters were those who helped to establish the Sanskrit language, the Roman language, and were therefore part of the highly cultured and civilized races that spread the fast modem of literary culture in various parts of the world. He likes that word. For instance, part of the Lake Valley was known to the Modoc Indians, who lived there in later generations as the Valley of Knowledge. And in Latin, any walled-in place or the site of ramparts is called Moenia. It may be said in passing that when the American Indians were first discovered in this part of California and the writing observed by early explorers, the Indians disclaimed any knowledge regarding the origin of the writing or any interpretation or even a part of it. And students of various Indian dialects and forms of writing say that this ancient writing is totally unlike anything that any of the American Indian tribes produced. Mount Shasta is the cone of an extinct volcano, rising to a height of over 14,000 feet above sea level. Scientists point out the mute evidence of archaeology showing up, that is, deep-fluted sides, prove that at one time it was much higher than it is now. and that the ground around it has sunken. The mountain itself has been worn away in glacial periods by the action of ice. There are other mountains nearby which are only a little over 9,000 feet high above sea level, and which bear evidence that today they are mere remnants of their former greatness. Mount Shasta is still possible of eruption because a true sulfurous furrow lies just below the extreme summit, and one or two others on its northern slope emit heat, smoke, and other elements, proving that someday there may be one more final, though very mild, eruption from one part of this volcano. And in the area lying between the two is now land believed to be traversed by a number of fine streams and brooks. Little is known of this region lying between Shasta and the forest, but it is most certainly a marked spot in the minds of thousands of persons who have witnessed the strange sights to be seen from nearby points of vantage. For several hundred years or more, the old-timers living in Northern California and many tourists, explorers, government officials, scientists, novelists, artists, writers, and those merely inquisitive have centered their attention upon the strange happenings in this region. Many years ago, it was quite common to hear stories whispered in Northern California about the occasional strange-looking persons seen to emanate from the forests and the dense growth of trees in that region, who would run back into hiding when discovered or seen by anyone. At other times, great fires were seen to be burning in the woods, allowing a blue and white illumination to penetrate the darkness between the trees, between the fire and the observer. Strange figures were seen to pass. May contain, if it is ever completely and thoroughly explored. Whether these descendants of Lemuria, as they are considered, continue to practice their ancient rites and live as they always did, or whether they have adopted some modern methods, is another question that is unanswerable. That they will eventually pass away and become extinct as the last, or one of the last, surviving groups of Lemurians is inevitable, inasmuch as they do not allow any of their members to marry with other races. Oh, that's crazy. I didn't know the Lemurians were still around. At any rate, if all of these stories and the mute evidence of carved stationery and ruined buildings be true, America has the honor and prestige of having on its soil the last survivors in a direct line of the first race of man on the face of the earth. Here was the beginning of that race, and here will be the end of that race. This makes America, in fact, the oldest country in the world, and yet the newest. And perhaps it is this happy combination, this rare association of the old and new, this unique blending of the spirit of ancient culture,
mountain, the
great world of opportunity and golden fortunes. The thing now is there's no new world to escape to. If you're just tired of the ball of confusion that you're in, there are no more new worlds. On Earth, anyway.
Oh, yeah, I'm at that point. I'm falling asleep sitting up. My knees are killing me, so I'm going to say goodnight, folks. How you doing, Michael White? Good to see you. Yeah, they talk about Shasta. It's pretty interesting. I'll try to hang in there for the rest of it. It's not much longer. But he talks about some what's his name? Astronomer seeing golden domes on Mount Shasta, and couldn't believe his eyes. The next day they were gone.
Still live there and manufacture and grow all of their principal necessities and keep themselves isolated, as did the other group of comments of those who saw the character being escorted, that never in their lives had they seen a being of such nobility, humility, and majestic bearing. In one expression, who he was and what he came to do has never been revealed, and even the date of the incident is denied to all investigators. Nevertheless, the story is universally told and is consistent with many stories told of similar expeditions on the part of strange individuals from this district. Many representatives of the community that must live at the foot of Mount Shasta have been seen on the highways unexpectedly garbed in pure white and in sandals, with long curly hair, tall and majestic in appearance, but wholly undesirous of public attention. Every attempt to photograph them and get near enough to talk to them has resulted in their sudden disappearance, either, like some have said, by running into the shadows of the forest along the highways, or, like others have said, by just disappearing into the twilight. Those who have come to stores in nearby cities, especially at Weed? There's a town named Weed. Those who have come to stores in nearby cities, especially at Weed, have spoken English in a perfect manner with perhaps a tinge of the British accent, and have been reluctant to answer any questions or give any information about themselves. The goods that they purchase, they always pay for in golden nuggets of far greater value than the articles purchased, and they refuse to accept any change, indicating that to them the gold was of no value, and that they had no need for money of any kind. Those who have seen some of them, their midnight ceremony around the fire, claim that they have seen the silhouettes of some 400 or 500 figures, and that this number represents only a fraction of those grouped on one side of the fire. The origin of the fire, or its nature, is not known, for it does not appear to be the burning of wood or brush or even oil or gasoline, for it is very white light, almost bordering upon a violet blueness in its brilliancy. The story I read about the Romanian Gallery 13, remember there was a pit with a dull white, bluish white light? Same thing. Almost bordering upon violet blueness in its brilliancy. At one part of the midnight ceremony, beams of bright lights are cast upward into the trees, often blazing the sky, and occasionally tinging the edge of a cloud that may be hanging low. These beams of light strike against the upper portion of the buildings, and particularly on the domes that seem to be plated with gold, where the buildings are illuminated and can be observed at all. They appear to be constructed of marble and onyx. At sunrise, another similar ceremony is conducted, attracting a great deal of attention because of the lights that appear in the darkness parts of the forest. The only key to these ceremonies that has ever been found is that which was carved upon a stone and set up near the outskirts
of the forest, like stelae, were erected in Egypt. On one of these, there were considerable hieroglyphs, and underneath were cut in a careful manner the English words ceremony of adoration to Gautama. Perhaps the most interesting explanation of what is to be found in this locality is that it is not only the ancient seat of hundreds of Lemurians who still live there and manufacture and grow all of their principal necessities and keep themselves isolated, as did the other group of Lemurians who lived at Santa Barbara many years ago, but that their village itself is only partly on the outside of Mount Shasta. That there is a tunnel through its eastern base leading to a great enclosure in which there is a city of strange homes, and that the heat and smoke seen arising from the crater of Mount Shasta is smoke and heat from the interior village. This is not an unusual tale, inasmuch as there are records showing that Mexico, another group of descendants from Lemuria, were found living in the center of an extinct volcano, hidden from all possible worldly observation. Thus we have one of the present-day groups of Lemurians hidden in isolation in modern California. If we are to believe the testimony of reliable citizens and many scientists, it is not a story that is beyond human reason or possibility, and it is not the only strange sight or peculiar incident in California, but typical of what this old land may contain if it is ever completely and thoroughly explored. Whether these descendants of Lemuria, as they are considered, continue to practice their ancient rites and live as they always did, or whether they have adopted some modern methods, is another question that is unanswerable. That they will eventually pass away and become extinct as the last, or one of the last, surviving groups of Lemurians is inevitable, inasmuch as they do not allow any of their members to marry with other races. Oh, that's crazy. I didn't know the Lemurians were still around. At any rate, if all of these stories and the mute evidence of carved stationery and ruined buildings be true, America has the honor and prestige of having on its soil the last survivors in a direct line of the first race of man on the face of the earth. Here was the beginning of that race, and here will be the end of that race. This makes America, in fact, the oldest country in the world, and yet the newest. And perhaps it is this happy combination, this rare association of the old and new, this unique blending of the spirit of ancient culture with modern progressiveness, that makes the North American continent and its peoples from Canada to the Isthmus a great world of opportunity and golden fortunes. The thing now is there's no new world to escape to. If you're just tired of the ball of confusion that you're in, you know, there are no more new worlds on Earth anyway. That was entertaining. I enjoyed that. I remember making it. It was a fun video to make. Are you there, Polly Girl, still, or did you conk out on me? I got something on Hyperborea. I know you all love Hyperborea, right? Let me come see.
Oh yeah, I love Hyperborea.
Yeah, you do? Yeah, I got one.
We're gonna have to take that next time, because I'm falling asleep in the chair. I gotta get up at noon and go to the batting cage, so I want to say good night to everybody. Thank you for coming. Saturn Matrix, very good to see you. It's been a little while. Or is that the old? Is that the old? Ah, yes, it's the old video. I gotta go to my new one. There we are. That's what I thought. I haven't seen him in a long time. Hi, Chris Kelly. How are you? You get your name announced.
Chris Kelly.
Yeah. I see a few new names.
Michael White.
How you doing, Michael? Dakin, you're awesome. Jade Fox, hello.
Jade Fox.
And, I kept the crowd pretty good, around 50 all night. And then there's my buddy Frank.
Alabama 4 LVE 79.
I guess Andy never showed up. He's probably busy. He said he's got his grandkids over, so I could understand that. It's cool. There'll be more times.
Sir Rill Nilmill.
I just wanted to thank you all for coming and being a part of it, and you even put up with the stinky part. That thing in Atlantis isn't what I thought it was. It's been so long since I recorded it, I really forgot what was on.
Jess.
I should have found the better stuff and started with that. But actually, that book is quite famous. Dweller of Two Planets. That's where I just wanted to get to the gist of where it was going with it. But it just
Jay Grain.
It never got there. Hey, Jay. Are you still in here, Paul? Paul's gone. Sea of Chronos. How are you doing? I never get to talk to you guys, and I feel bad.
Sea of Chronos.
When I'm editing it, I see. Thank you, Michael. I will. And well, okay. With that, I'll say good night, and I'll see you guys next weekend, huh? I'll put together something good. And this wasn't bad, except for that one stinky one in Atlantis, but I'll get rid of it. The problem is, with editing, I lose the chat, and I don't like doing that, because the chat is good. I like the chat. Alright, I'm Marty. God bless you. And I'll see you next time. Please like, share, subscribe, donate if you can. And I love you. Really do. So be careful out there. Alright, take care.